Well, none of them can hide from the truth, yeah. Children have to go back to the roots, yeah. None of them can hide from the truth, yeah. Children have to go back to the roots. I'm telling you now, the truth, the truth. Telling you, yeah, the truth, the truth. You have to go back to the roots, the roots. Go to the roots, to the roots. Yeah, man, you know, this is Benjamin out of the Smiling Coast, West Africa, Gambia, representing for the one and only Abu, the big man you don't know, the Soninke warrior, the man that brings the truth, Soninke warrior, the sign of enlightenment, the Soninke warrior, the righteous and the true African. Abu, reveal the truth to them, you know, no matter how them try to run from it, because none of them can hide from the truth, yeah. Yes, we have to dig back the roots, yeah. Fire!
Subscribe now.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Africanism Report. This is the second season of the Africanism Report since I've been talking about pan-Africanism. So I hope you guys have your popcorns ready. You're born to be free. Absolutely. Get your popcorns ready, because you see, ladies and gentlemen, you know, I was thinking about this because what really inspired this topic. Before I get to that, you know, I would like to welcome all of you once again. Whether I mention your name or not, know that you're welcome here. Please feel free to hit that like and share, this program. You know, this is the best edutainment channel on this side of heaven. So please make sure this good edutainment is reaching all those blind people. Many Africans, for whatever reason, I realize Africans' biggest problem is lack of information. Lack of information. And when people point out the real information, they get upset. That's because many, they don't know. They follow the crowd thinking. And I'll tell you about one man, Adolf Hitler. Many of you have heard his name. Even if you didn't read about him or watch documentaries, you've heard the name Hitler. So Adolf Hitler, his propaganda secretary, Goebbels, he said the best way, they figured out a way how to control the masses, to have the masses follow the idea they are pushing. So Hitler, he was a great orator, great speaker. He gets people emotional. But one thing they would do is they would use certain words. They become triggering words where the crowd attaches to that. It's emotional. So to a point where now the idea, even if it's a destructive idea, the crowd, because when you follow the crowd, you can't think for yourself. So now, pretty soon, nobody questions the quote-unquote the leader, because the followers, the crowd have swallowed it. They will do the argument for them. And human beings tend to, even religion, you look at it, tend to use their own idea that they perceive to be good, right? They would attach it to the whatever deity, God, Allah, whoever, if you notice that, when people are talking to you, like they would say, God created all of us, God knows everything. But when you allow them to speak, especially the fanatics, pretty soon you would realize every feeling they're telling you about God, that's their own feelings. They are just giving it to like something higher whatsoever. So it's the same thing. The reason why I mentioned Hitler, you guys are gonna say, Afridamus, why? I read Hitler's book a while ago called Mein Kampf. He wrote this book when he was in prison. Okay, he went to prison because Hitler was a former German soldier who fought in World War One. So, Germany lost the war in World War One. So they signed the Treaty of Versailles, and Germany, that treaty brought them completely to their knees. Their economy was shattered. So there was chaos. And the leader was old, old and senile, like what's going on here in the United States. Like, you see the president, for whatever reason, it seems like he is lost, right? Same type of situation. And Amilka, you're right. That book, to have it, is really, difficult. You can get it online, and they would ask you, "Are you sure you want this book?" Yeah, I do. But in this book, when you read this book, I'm telling people who read books. So Hitler talks about, because many people, all they know is 6 million Jews were killed, the war, it was World War, but people, that's not even realistic. That's not how life works. There is reasons for things. There is absolute reasons for things. And so Hitler was very bitter about that. So he entered, he entered politics, but he wasn't well known at the time. But he was paying attention. He was one of the people who just completely hated the system. So he believed that the German people are being oppressed. See, when you read the book, you will, it's all about, like literally, he sounds like like one of these, black pan-Africanists, literally. Like if you remove and they don't show you who the writer is, who is talking, like they remove the name, literally, you would think, and they don't tell you who the people, they replace the people, sounds just like some of the, pan-Africanists, pretty much. So he, Hitler in this book, he talked about, how the German people are being oppressed, ethnic Germans all around, and yeah. So long story short, the guy eventually slowly, because of the way he speaks, his speaking skills were on point, and everything he was saying, he believed in it. He totally believed in it. And he started growing followers. So that was his ideology. Eventually he took, Germany, and the rest is history. But I'm going to talk about why we are here. We're here because of Marcus Garvey, right? Marcus Garvey, I noticed what inspired this topic. I was talking to some African pan-Africanists, meaning Africans who believe that Marcus Garvey was speaking to them. So I sparked the conversation because here's the thing. I realize many are just in their feelings because you listen to some reggae music, you hear Marcus Garvey's name there, or Haile Selassie. Like, you go look at Haile Selassie, you know, he was kicked out by his people. He was labeled as a brutal dictator. But to some people in in Jamaica, they believe he's a god. So there's a complete disconnect, between what is real and what isn't. You see? So these people, many, even here, you see them online, you realize, they are speaking from ignorance, a place of ignorance. You know, um, they don't know who Marcus Garvey is. They don't know his ideology whatsoever, but they go by the slogan, Africa for Africans. If that is true, why would Marcus Garvey want to come with his group to Africa? Because Africa is not empty. There are people in Africa that already lived there, just like, this wasn't that long ago. But when you read in Marcus Garvey's his philosophy, his idea, because mind you, Marcus Garvey has never stepped foot in Africa. So he only fantasizes about Africa. So before anyone comes and try to bring weird arguments, remember this. He's never stepped foot in Africa. So at this point, it's just all a dream and fantasy. It's just one of those things, would have, could have. But now I want to do this show from the African point of view. What would have happened if Marcus Garvey's movement succeeded? What would have happened? Because you didn't read the book, I read it. I followed it. I didn't just listen to some reggae music. They took us far away from Africa. I get that. I understand it. Yeah, they took you away, far away from Africa. I understand all that. But now, for instance, I'm far away from Africa, but there are still people there. Life didn't stop. Ownership didn't stop people. Life moves on. It's been that way. Just like in 1884, right? I'm going to connect these ideas. So Marcus Garvey, he believed in building a black nation. Because you see, Marcus Garvey, himself, he's Jamaican. He's from a middle class family. It's not like he was one of the poor black Jamaicans. No, he was black, but he's from a middle class family. And so his father was educated. They were well off, and he had access to education. So back in those days, it's not like today where the internet or people had access to education. It wasn't like that. So that's why, for some reason, when people speak about errors, they make it seem like every single person, it's like a monolithic thing. Everybody, everyone's circumstance was the same. Everybody faced the same thing. It's not like that. Life isn't like that. It's just like today, but there are some obstacles. Obviously, we know we came far from, what was going on. But Marcus Garvey still, he was well off. At 14, he joined the union. He, eventually he started his own newsletter. He traveled to Puerto Rico and other places. He was able to travel around, because when I was talking to these people, I realized one thing, their form of thinking, they were talking as if black people were in chains during those eras. I was like, no, do you understand that, like, Marcus Garvey, in fact, had his own newspaper company? They didn't know this, but eventually Marcus Garvey came to the United States in 1916 or so. He said he was inspired by Booker T. Washington, Booker T. But long story short, eventually Marcus Garvey gathered, he was able to gather a lot of followers. Another thing, how Marcus Garvey did this, Marcus Garvey was a great orator, a great speaker, just like Adolf Hitler. Like, for instance, Dr. Umar, another person, because people might say, okay, what would have happened if Marcus Garvey had his own nation? I can give you a similar person to Marcus Garvey. Like, have you guys ever heard of Papa Doc Duvalier in Haiti? Papa Doc Duvalier, similar characters. Go read about Papa Doc Duvalier and come back and tell me. Another person is Bokassa of Central Africa. This man was, he declared himself an emperor when he became president. You see? So all these people, what do they have in common? They are all power hungry. They want to be in charge. So Marcus Garvey, his philosophy, yes, he said he wants a black nation. He wants black people to be economically liberated. So when he's speaking of blacks, he's not talking, he's talking about the diaspora. This is why you have to go read the diaspora. So today I'm going to break this down for you here. If you don't understand it, I can help you. You're probably, this class is too high for you. So Marcus Garvey was talking to the diaspora because that's where he's from, the diaspora. He's not from Africa. So his idea of Africa is just fantasy, what he thinks it is. If you read, you would see that he thinks Africa is like an island because he declared, if you look at it, he was trying to copy the British monarch. The British monarch, you look at the way he dresses and the titles he gives to some of his people that he promotes. He would give them titles like Lord. He would give them knighthood and all, stuff like that. So he said that he wants a black nation. And also another thing that Marcus Garvey did not hide was, he said it's not like he's inviting every black person. He said some of them can come. He said he wants the scientists, the architects, so the blacks with skills, the elite blacks, because in 1824, an era prior to Marcus Garvey, there were blacks who relocated to Africa through the American Colonization Association. So because they got to Liberia, imagine, right? There were people there. So those blacks were, because they came from America, so they colonized that area and started the nation of Liberia. So Marcus Garvey, so when people say Africa, Marcus Garvey's target was to come to Liberia because Liberia, the blacks that went to Liberia, it's not like all of them were from the United States. Some of them were from the Caribbean islands. So Marcus Garvey, being well-traveled, read books around, so he knew of Liberia. So this nation that Marcus Garvey dreams of, he was going to be, the leader, the president. He declared himself the president. He's the one that's going to write the rules. Mind you, this is a guy declaring himself president over a territory he's never stepped foot in, and he's writing laws. He doesn't. So when you read, you would understand that Marcus Garvey himself did not have any understanding of Africa. He like the people there. So in parts, when you read, so in the African part, us the natives. So according to Marcus Garvey, they are coming there to rescue and save the people. So today I want to open your brain to the African part. Since I am African and I've been thinking about this, I want to help you also think about it the next time you go shouting, I'm a Garveyite, maybe at that point, at least you will know. You will know what you're pushing. St. James, thank you for the $20 super chat. Thank you so much. Guys, please make sure you hit the like button and share. But you see, Garvey, there are two things in life that you have to gather first. You see, these two things cannot go without each other. To have a nation, land, the people are who are going to make up this land. But if you have a people, no land, that's also another problem. But now Garvey gained popularity, right? So he started encouraging that they go to Liberia, and the people in Liberia, mind you, at this time, Liberia is already, they've established themselves as a nation. This is like close to 100 years at the time. So, it's not like they were confused. It's not like they sent a letter to Garvey to come. I want you to understand it from, realistic point of view, not like the little boy fantasy. Oh, we all black. No, I'm talking human beings, like how humans really interact, like what really happened. That's what I'm telling you here. So Garvey didn't want mixed people to come with them to Liberia. Because he said all the people that are gonna come, they would be the darkest black people. So he said all the mixed people should remain in America, so that eventually they would die off. He said because the mixed race people, they don't know where they belong. He said the mixed race people, they would easily take the side of the powerful, meaning they can easily just be on the white man's side because the white man is who has power. This is the type of ideologies that Garvey has. So now you understand why, like Dr. Umar would say things like, you can't marry a white woman. If you have mixed child, that's against the black race. Like people like Black Sid Juliet, like who say things like no mixed person can come to Gambia, when she looks mixed. That's where this ideology came from. So Garvey having this ideology, I'm sure some of you have heard that Garvey met, with the KKK. So people just hear that, but they don't understand, you know, what that meeting was all about. So Garvey, mind you, at this point, Garvey became popular. He became popular. He had a match in Madison Square Garden where up to, some people say 25,000, some say 50,000, but it was a lot of people that showed up to this match. So at this point, mind you, just like today, guys, like your Pan-Africans, right? Hear them when they talk. Not all, but most. What is their idea about Africans? when they speak of Africa, then don't they speak of Africa as if it's like empty? Or if they acknowledge that there's humans there, those humans, they are there, they're gonna come help them. In 1884, the Europeans, they spoke of Africa without the people. So they showed up, they took the land. So Garvey, I want you African to think about this. Garvey, if he had succeeded, he would have been coming with people. He wants a nation where he would be the head of state. He's going to unite the whole of Africa and be head of state. So he's going to come to Liberia. That was his goal, because it's the only place that he sort of have an idea of the people he can communicate with. But now those people didn't want him. But let's say if he had succeeded, for instance, the land that Garvey would have used for his nation, well, does that land belong to anybody? This group of people that would have been coming, just like the first group that went to Liberia, they had to push the other people out. I did the story here, how they, enslaved them. You see, he was going to come with scientists, according to Garvey. Just like the white people didn't speak African language, any African language. They didn't know the culture. So you're coming. Everybody that came to Africa up till now, what has been the fight in Africa? What has it been over? The land. When the white man came in 1884, that's what they wanted, the land. They took the land because of the resources. Why? So now, even inside of Liberia, at the time, there was a time, did you guys know it was two nations at one point? Because there was a section, they created their own state. It was called Maryland State inside of Liberia. But the reason why Maryland State eventually had to accept being annexed by Greater Liberia, because they faced battles from native tribes. Why are they battling with the native tribes? Have you guys ever thought about that? Because it's foreigners who came and took the native people's land. Every land you see in Africa belongs to somebody. They've been spoken for. But long story short, those people, Maryland State could not survive, so they eventually had to sought help from Greater Liberia. So Greater Liberia helped them in one battle, and then they gave them an option. They said, we are not gonna keep coming to your aid. Either you accept to be a part of us as one nation, or you can, stand on your own 10 toes and face these savages. Go read the book. I'm not the one saying it. That's the language. You can stand there. I mean, the 10 toes, I added that part, but the savage part, because they used to call them savages. The white colonialists used to call the Africans savages too. So that's why I use the term Negropean. Because you cannot tell me Garvey, who is educated in the European system, admire the Queen, his ideology, because he is a black supremacist, he's a black supremacist. So his ambition to achieve this state, that's what joined him with Senator Theodore Bilbo. This guy, he became governor of Mississippi twice. He was a Democrat. So he believed that, mixing the races, would eventually wipe out white people in America. So this Senator Bilbo guy, his racism, that's why today when people say racism, when I say it doesn't exist, because the things you point out, that's not racist. I'm telling you, this was a time when this guy, US, he became US Senator, and also he was governor twice. Imagine your governor, like he's like the lawmaker, he's promoting this openly. So those black people were under real threat, physical threat. So, but it's not like he liked Garvey or not, but Garvey's idea of wanting to take black people with him to Africa, this senator is down for that. So eventually Garvey supports a bill that he was sponsoring. But at this time, Garvey was already deported, right? Because you guys know Garvey went to prison for mail fraud, selling off, the Black Star Lines, stocks. Because you see, he was considered one of the most dangerous agitators, Negro agitators. Because during Garvey's time, just like now, it's not like he was the only one around. There was W.E.B. Du Bois. W.E.B. Du Bois he's a mixed breed. He's half white, half black. So at the time, he was heading the NAACP. He was leading them at the time. So with Garvey was his rival because he did not like, what Garvey says about mixed people. Because Garvey doesn't believe in race mixing. He said just the pure black Africans, those are the ones allowed to come to Liberia with him. But when Garvey was deported to Jamaica, eventually he went to the UK, England, because, with the Jamaicans, either they get deported from Miami, then they go to London, or they get deported from London, then they come to Miami. It's like that, right? So Garvey support, kind of dropped even when he left the state, but this was the final dagger because this KKK thing, people thought it's like he was shuffling. No, Garvey is just a hungry man, a man who is so hungry for power. He's willing to do anything. So this is what I'm saying. Like when people, you go by emotion, that's how people get carried to, supporting their own demise. Because the bill, let me play this short little clip I put together here before we get into that. Here, let me show you Senator Theodore Bilbo. And I put other clips like Gaddafi to show you guys similarities. Garvey, who's never been in the military or ever owned his own state, the man is constantly dressed in a military costume. You guys don't find that weird? Now you understand why Pan-African people who are into it, they call each other kings and queens. So because this is a fantasy, if everybody, if all the people are kings and queens, who are the subjects? I've always asked this question. So this right here is a fantasy, whether you like it or not, but the man was determined. You see, it's one thing when you just have an idea, right? You can write that idea, but putting that idea, bringing it to reality, that's a problem. Like the Nazis, they try to bring their ideology into reality. It didn't work. Papa Doc Duvalier, who is black as the Ace of Spades, one-time leader of Haiti. tried to, he became president of Haiti, tried to, push his idea, worked for a few years, but it didn't last. Even Kwame Nkrumah, the same thing, the same thing. So I'm telling you the real ideology behind it, the real ideology. So this senator put together this bill, you know, um, the bill would have deported 12 million African Americans to Liberia, but it didn't pass in Congress. So the bill, the way they framed it, this senator acted like he was helping, like the government is sort of like a reparation package. See, he hated Italians, Jews, you know, uh, but he hated black people the most. In fact, he wrote a book, and how it, in this book he talked about how if America, you know, become a mongrel nation, meaning, because he said if they don't stop this, there would come a time. This is like in many, many, many years ago. He said there would come a time in America there won't be any like real black people or real white people. He said it would become a mongrel nation. So in his book, he wrote about how Egypt, ancient Egypt, fell because of mixing. He said race mixing, that's what destroyed, ancient Egypt. So him and Marcus Garvey, you know, they saw eye to eye, in that respect. So Marcus Garvey see in him someone that can help him, you know, get black people to Liberia. So if that had succeeded, Marcus Garvey's plan was if they could have brought those 12 million to Liberia, that would mean Marcus Garvey's number, his people that believe in him would outnumber even the already established Liberian nation. So in his fantasy, that would have helped him take over from those people. So people that are calling those people coons, now you understand why those people also are like, no, these people cannot come here. But many African Americans at the time weren't aware that this was the plan also. So many eventually caught on, and that's how Marcus Garvey completely he lost support. You know, he started emerging. His name started emerging after he died. Few many years later. Because people started fantasizing about the things he said, but it never materialized. So again, I'm asking you, if those 12 million, if they had succeeded in sending 12 million blacks to Liberia at the time, have you ever, okay, they are coming there, Marcus Garvey wants to start his nation. They don't have money, they don't have land. Who are they going to get the land from? Have you ever thought about that? What did they plan? What did they think was going to happen to the people who were already there? What would have happened? You see? So that's why you as a pan-Africanist, African, the idea you're promoting, in that idea, it's quote unquote the natives, because Marcus Garvey spoke about the African natives. We would help elevate them, their life, because his idea is just like many of the pan-Africans. Their idea of Africans, imagine, is like the Africans are backward, you know, because Marcus Garvey talked about civilizing the tribes, Christianizing them. I mean, literally, go read it. I'm not, because many people you know, they just hear about things or about people, they deify these people, and when they are reading books, you know, they have the wool over their eyes because they've already created this fantasy, like a bias in their mind as to how they want the book to go. You just have to open your mind and read about what is in front of you. So I'm gonna play this short clip, and you guys look at, all the people that touted pan-Africanism, the ones that succeeded in leading nations, they all became dictators. Marcus Garvey wanted to rule Africa. He's never set foot there. He doesn't know any African language. He didn't know the culture whatsoever. But he declared himself that he was going to be the leader. That's why he came up with his own flag and everything. So it's like his fantasy. That's why today you're seeing most of his disciples roaming around Africa, even begging for land. I'm telling you, Africa is about the land. Because civilizing the natives. I mean, how what does that even mean? Right? So that's why when I come straight and explain things, people get upset. But I mean, you have to pay attention, because me being an African, hearing, okay, yes, great, I'm black, they are black, but I mean, sure, you're black just like me, but does that mean I gotta give up my dignity, my land to you? That means you, a stranger, you should be able to come and rule over me. So in every step of the way, it's like it's a fantasy, where, because Marcus Garvey saw the white people as superior, right? So he also want to achieve what the white people have. He's like power hungry. But he said, wherever you go, they said this is the white man's country. Said you go wherever you go in America, said this is the white man's country. Said even Jamaica is the white man owns it. You go to England, the white man owns it. He said he wants to be in a place that doesn't belong to the white man. Mind you, at the time, most of those countries were colonized. They were colonized, right? It was under the white man, but Liberia was independent. So the Liberians, you know, the Liberians did not want him to come, because the Liberians, think about it from their point of view. They are like, look, we came here, we had to fight our way, diseases were established. And they call it a black nation. That's the principle they go by. So now, how are you going to come with your own idea? Your own idea, right? You didn't even live here. Mind you, these people were there, like I said, for years at this time. Their country was established, and this guy wants to come and he wants to be in charge. He wants to be in charge. So I don't think many of you have even thought about it this way. And also collabing with the KKK. Imagine, your black freedom fighter, trying to help Congress, you know, deport you to Africa. And you were born and raised here, descendants of slaves. So that's what that bill was going to do, So, and Garvey himself wasn't born in America. He's not from America. So, like a foreign black came and was making the decision with the senator to help. But have you guys ever thought about this? Like, I was thinking about this because people said back in those days, where everything was blatant, and they said they had, the white man had his foot on black people's neck. How was Garvey, guys? I don't know if you guys ever thought about this. Garvey is a foreigner, right? How was he able to come here? Who brought Garvey to America, right? Put him in that position to be that popular. He wasn't even a US citizen. They could have, when he started agitating, they could have just deported him from the get-go. But they didn't do that. He was not even a US citizen. He was able to influence the lawmakers. He was able to talk to, the KKK with no problem. Have you guys ever thought about this? No, seriously, because this Senator Bilbo, he was trying to help. He made it seem like he was helping, but he wanted to get rid of, blacks. He believes America should remain white, no mixture. That's what he believed in. So they were gonna make it look like a reparation package. This is why black people, those of you that are always crying about this reparation, anyone that stand up and say, "Oh, we support reparation. We are your leader. You guys follow him." Be careful. This has happened before. Some of the people almost got themselves deported. In fact, they were able to collect up to 2 million signatures. This wasn't even during the internet era. This was when they passed papers, for people to sign it. They were able to collect 2 million signatures. And these were people who were black people signing. They thought it's just, oh, back to Africa movement. No, you were getting deported. And they made it, the way they wrote this bill, they wrapped in it to make it seem like, oh no, the federal government is just helping. It's just helping. That's how they made it seem like. I mean, what person do you know that even takes the time to read these bills? I don't know too many people. Ordinary people. It's only, weird people like me. Seriously, that would, if I'm interested in it, will read it. Most people just look at the surface. But the thing that they popularize is attached to your emotion, your feeling, because they want groups to attach themselves to it. So, but deep down, in the body, that's where the trap is hidden. So this is why when the blacks in America, when they found out, when they realized that, okay, this bill would have gotten them deported. This was in 1935, mind you. This, the blacks were already aware, they knew how to find information and stuff. So the way some people try to frame it, it wasn't like that. So that's why Garvey even said, he said in his trial, when they, sent him to prison, he said it was a conspiracy by the Jews and W.E.B. Du Bois. He said because of when he met with the KKK, he said that's what upset those people. So that's why they were fighting against him. But here, let me play this clip here. So, guys, you see here, in the scramble for Africa in 1884, you see the participants here, all from outside of Africa, all from outside. So they are laying claim to the place. So do you see any dollar sign next to them? No, there's no dollar sign because they were not coming there to buy. So that's why the disciples of Garvey today that you are seeing, some of you are shocked by the things they say. No, no, no. This is from their leader. This is from their leader. And many just go with their feelings. It's like asking a Muslim, who Allah is. They go crazy, but not realizing that even Allah told you who he is in the book. So it's not a crazy question. So this pan-Africanist is the same thing. The moment you start asking questions, oh, you are a sellout. Oh, you're a coon. So for me, none of those, they don't even move me. I just let you say what you have to say, and then I just let the dust settle. You come back once you had the time to have something cool to drink. Now we can talk, because I'm going to ask you the same question again. You see, some of the Pan-Africanists, like Carla, for instance, you guys remember, he talks about Liberia. He said, they own Liberia. Back in those days, he wouldn't have qualified to go to Liberia. You see, it was Garvey did not want just any mumbling, jumbling Negro to come. No, you gotta be a scientist, an architect. Like, you have to have knowledge that would bring wealth to them. So he was coming to conquer. I know it was his fantasy, but today there are people trying to live that fantasy. That fantasy. I said it, last year. I said most of these people that speak, you're not paying attention. When they speak of Africa, they speak of Africa as if the Africans don't exist, like it's an empty land. And if it's not an empty land, then those people there, we are just going to come there to help them. Like, do you have farming skills? Do you know the land? You don't know all that. You don't know your way around. So you are the one that needs more help than the people that are already there. But they trick you. They trick you into believing that they use the word black. Oh, Africa for Africans. Well, there are people already there. If they truly believe in it, then you wouldn't want to try to take those people's land. I don't care however way you slice it. Let's be honest. If Garvey had the nation he wanted to create in Africa, at this time in the 1920s, what empty land do you know in Africa? He wanted to go to Liberia. Liberia was not empty. Liberia was already a country at the time. So it would have just been the first civil war, I guess, before Charles Taylor's. Because 12 million, they would have outnumbered, the other blacks. And mind you, Garvey already knew, like, okay, imagine 12 million people, many, if that had worked, okay, many would have probably gotten deported against their will. If, mind you, right? So they would already be pissed off. So now there's no turning back. Liberia is the place. Garvey already knew, like, he was playing a desperate, dangerous game. Like, hey, if you want to take the island, burn the boat. So at that point, there's no turning back, because you're like, hey, I'm stuck on this island. I don't have any boat. So I got to figure this out. You see? They weren't letting Garvey back to America. And he needs the blacks. If you notice, that's where it all started. That's why I even look at Blacksit, her movement. Who does she need the most? The blacks. For some reason, many black people, because of the circumstances at the time, and this idea, this is why I want people to go and read, because they show you these 1960s pictures like, oh, the blacks couldn't vote or do anything, talking as if, the blacks didn't know what to do. Mind you, blacks have, gone to World War I, World War II, and previous wars before that, but World War I and II changed the leverage because they fought in Europe, European wars, right? So people act like everybody was just being oppressed. Like these ex-soldiers that came back and went back to their neighborhoods, right? When it was, they were not having it. It's not like there was shootouts, but they stood up. Even you go look at most of the areas, even in the South, where, like even in Mississippi. I read it in this senator's book where he's like, they're not gonna replace us, like the Jews and all that. You can go read that book. You will see where he's saying, do whatever it takes to stop this, N words from making it to the ballot. You see? So this is not just some keyboard stuff. Like this is a face-to-face thing. So now you got black people who came back from Europe from first it was World War I, then World War II. So these people, they conquered these other whites who were trying to stop them from voting. They were not backing that. So this senator wrote this in his book where he's like, do whatever it takes to stop this N-words from making it to the ballot. And he's like, and if I have to explain to you what you need to do, that means you're too dumb. So like he's talking in codes. This is an era where like some of these people, they showed up, like the black people, like the ex-soldiers, they would show up with guns. It's not like the black people were just sitting there folding their arms. They would show up with guns, so they were already voting. So that's why the people that came from Europe, like I said, they found holes in Marcus Garvey's ideology. Because mind you, these folks, this idea, this supremacy thinking, this was common during those times, especially in Europe. That's where it even originated from. That's where it originated from. So they already knew, like, nah. And many criticized Garvey for even talking to the KKK, even back in those days. It's not only W.E.B. Du Bois. So the point is, the man was willing to do whatever it took to become the king. And you Africans, all of us, we would have been there, like the little natives who would be digging, the mines. And when they say commerce, okay, mind you, like Africa has resources. If Garvey had succeeded, the diamonds and the stuff that are coming out of the soil, he's not going to be selling that to Africans. Who would he be selling that to? Oh, yeah, the same white people he said he wasn't going to deal with. So use your brain, guys. So you guys see here, when I said to you guys Liberia was colonized, people want to be upset. But do these people look like native Africans to you? Is this what native Liberians look like? Exactly. If you are not being ruled by the people from your place, that's colonialism. I don't care how black they are, but that's the truth. All right. Now, we can't talk about Garvey without giving him the honor But before we do that, I would like to play this here to show that no, Africa, in fact, is not empty. People do live there. Okay? People do live there. That's right. So people do live there, you see, and they have representatives. So before I drop the link, I want some of the pan-Africanists to call in and, tell me, no, our leader would have done X, Y, and Z, defend it, or maybe tell me you didn't know. That will be accepted too. So I'm gonna drop the link here, but before I open up the line, we would have to play the Pan-African national anthem that I put together. So most of you recognize it. And in fact, I added some of the actual African Pan-Africanists who eventually were in power, and we saw what happened. So you see in this list here, there's actual Africans who are leaders. So, yeah. All right, we have our first caller here. Guy, gas them up. Thank you for calling in. Where are you calling from? Gas them up.
Hey, what's going on, my brother? How you doing, man?
I am doing well.
Yes.
Where are
I'm
you
calling
calling?
in from New York. I just got off the plane from Lagos, Nigeria yesterday. Funny enough, when I got off the plane, I was using Ethiopia Airlines. The air hostess, the flight, the captain, all those people, when they were leaving JFK, I think they're protesting. Something's happened to Tigray people because these
Yeah.
people were shouting at them with the bullhorns. It was so bad. Like the police had to escort the people back inside, take the woman out. They were shouting this, So I was like, oh wow, straight
Yeah.
from,
So did
you know.
you have you been so are you a Garveyite?
No, listen, I'll be frank with you, right? I don't typically agree with much of what you say, and I'm just keeping it real. I won't bullshit you. I don't typically agree with a lot of what you say. We just have a difference of opinion, different things that we've approached. And my own opinion is just my opinion, right? Is that I can understand where you're coming from. I feel that a lot of African Americans have been, I would say, somewhat perhaps, their own rhetoric might have been inflammatory, for the lack of a better word, and
No, but here we're speaking of like Garvey.
yeah, I'm going to get to the Garvey. I just wanted to be honest with you, so that way, me and you are on clear terms. I'm not here to. I don't do all that
No,
other stuff. But yeah,
yeah.
so I'm just saying that I feel your own response is needed. It's an interesting side of the angle. So there's one side where the African American response is somewhat inflammatory towards Africans, and your own side is like the African response or initiation of the same inflammatory message. Like that way, everyone is tasting their own medicine. So me, I typically don't agree with the African Americans, nor do I agree with the Africans. But in response to Garvey, I would say this. I personally believe that Pan-Africanism is a diasporic identity.
Mm-hmm.
And the reason why, funny enough, I just sent an email about this. Let me see if I can continue. Can you guys still hear me?
Loud and clear.
Okay, good. So let me read very quickly what I sent out. I sent it out. I don't know if I should say their names, but there are some diasporic Pan-Africans who I sent this email to. So
But do you like because okay, you're saying that
yeah,
like
I want to just read the email very quickly.
what I'm trying to understand, because you have to remember Garvey himself was not African American, but he's a
Yes,
diaspora,
he was Jamaican.
right?
Yes, he was
But
Jamaican.
but for the movement to work, he needed the 12 million black
African
people
Americans.
to
Yes.
come with him to Liberia so they can outnumber the already set up state and the natives there. Because he said in his own, go look at his own ideology in his book, when you read, like when he speaks of the Africans, is in the form, he's gonna civilize the tribes, he's gonna help them, just like the colonialists, talk. So a lot of black people, even at the time, yes, they are with the agenda of all black people. They are really down for that. But Garvey wanted to be the real leader. He wanted to set up like a British style empire where he would be the leader. You can go read. He already outlined his own ideas, his laws, how he would be the supreme leader.
Afrodamus, can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Okay, yeah. No, what I was saying is I know what Garvey's modus operandi was. I wanted to read this email to you because that's what I said. I don't necessarily agree with your own position. However, I'm not there's a great book I believe called On African Americans, which outlines the issues at play. So let me quickly read this email. And I sent it. I don't want to say the names of the people I sent it to because it's not fair. I didn't tell them I said their names, but they're notable Pan-African YouTube people. So I was talking about this guy who used to be on Content Over Everything. His name is Sarah Garvey. He was very prominent on Content Over Everything. You guys can Google that show in the UK, Speaker's Corner. They used to talk. And the guy's name is Sarah Garvey. So there's a video of him now speaking with this white girl. So I said that I remember watching this smart brother, Sarah Garvey, on Content Over Everything. And then I said, however, for me, the video's topic is not the point of this email. The point for me is that why is it that almost all Pan-Africans end up settling down exclusively outside of Africa? They end up disappointed when the neoliberal market agenda does not play out in Africa. Then they go back in the bastions of the West that they so railed against. I said that the nexus that intertwines state corporatism, free market ideology.
Okay. Oh, all right. All right. We have Nakmizi, defender of Black America. Go ahead, Nakmizi. Something happened to gas them. Thank you for coming in.
Can you hear me now?
Oh, okay.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm almost done. This is the last part of the email. So I said that the nexus that intertwines state corporatism, free market ideology, neoliberalism, communism, and socialism all seem to blend in the stew of Pan-African identity. An identity that, dare I say, is a diasporic identity. Perhaps the diasporic identity can be shared by creating new lineages. Nothing in African culture says that you can't do this. Or perhaps they may look to adopt and assimilate into already existing identities. This is the hard part.
but
Well,
but
I'm almost done. This is the
but
last sentence, please.
you're
Let me just say the last
ignoring.
sentence, brother. Please,
Okay,
brother,
go
please.
ahead.
So I said on a recent Dynast Amir show, I heard FBA complain that Chinese and Lebanese enter Africa and don't have to change their identity. I now said I can agree a little bit with the Chinese. However, there are too many examples of Muzungus or whites, Lebanese.
Okay, he disappeared. Go ahead, Nagmizi.
I have a
Hear me
feeling
now? Can you hear
Obama's
me now?
gonna bring him back. Yeah, he's back.
Wait, is it back? Is it better now?
Okay,
You know what
okay,
it is?
30
Yeah,
seconds.
sorry.
30
Yeah.
seconds.
Okay, I said most of it. The problem is that what I was saying in that email, I think every time I step out of the web page to read the email, because it's on the phone. So I basically was saying to these Pan-Africans that, look, if you are going to come into Africa, and me and Nakmizi actually had this conversation on my channel. I said, my own opinion, if you're going to come into Africa, it is best either you come with your own identity, like Garvey was saying, which you will face conflict if you come with enough people to create a new identity.
Yeah,
that will cause conflict.
no,
But wait, let me
what
say this
I'm
last thing.
saying, hold
I
on,
said
hold
that.
on, hold on.
Oh, brother, let
But
me just
you
finish that sentence so that
hold
you can
on.
go.
You've been talking for a minute. Hold on. If you are ignoring, okay, what Garvey's own ideology is based off of. If those people are
No, I'm
saying
not.
that
I'm not
they are
ignoring
following Garvey,
him.
right? Hold on. If they are following Garvey's ideology,
No,
you
what
know,
I'm saying to them,
that
what I was
has, yeah, that has nothing, because that
no, but
means they are
I know,
coming. Wait,
but what I'm saying
hold on,
is that
hold on.
Garvey should not be. I was telling them effectively, Garvey should not be your rod, because Garvey himself is coming from a colonial, Eurocentric statism mentality. If you want to really embrace Pan-Africanism, in my opinion, go down to Africa, learn a language, try your best to assimilate with any culture that is willing to accept you, whether you want to be Fon, Ewe, Ashanti, Twi, you want to speak Twi, try your best to learn, or Yoruba, Igbo, whatever, because there are examples of white people going into African villages, learning the language. And if you go into, I believe it's Oshu State, there was a Yoruba woman, white woman, who is one of the guardians of the Oshu, or one of the deities. And
All
this
right.
is a white woman.
Yeah,
So when
but
you understand
again,
what I'm
hold
saying?
on. Okay, we'll come to that. Let's allow Nagmizi. Nagmizi, go ahead. I'll ask you a question later, but go ahead, Nagmizi.
Should I use my fake Nigerian accent or just speak how I normally speak? Hey, brother, how are you doing? It's good to be here. It's good to be here.
Hey, thank you for coming in.
Yeah, so look, let me first off say thank you to, really saying that it wasn't Black Americans. We're talking about Marcus Garvey, who was a Jamaican. But everyone says, oh, Black Americans, Black Americans. Marcus Garvey was a Jamaican, number one. And if he really believed Africa for the Africans, he'd realize he wasn't even an African.
Right.
When you say that, you have to actually let the Africans write their own story. This whole thing where they say if they were going to make the change, they would have made it before, they would have made it already, so we have to do it for them, really says that these so-called pro-African Pan-Africans are actually anti-African, because they think the African is too stupid to build up their own countries.
Right.
Okay.
And also, let me ask you this, Nak. Let me ask you this, right? For instance, from Garvey, because if you read this about the diaspora empowerment, they want this Black nation. So the question I'm asking, because these lands are not empty. There are people that own this land, but we know exactly where he was going to go to Liberia, was already established. How did he expect to get that land? I mean, the brutal honesty. Do you think those people would have said, okay, we all Black and let Garvey lead? Or how did he plan on getting that land?
Look, my face is screwed up right now because these people are so dumb, and they don't understand how it actually works on the continent. So they think that you can just go and do a hostile takeover on a place where people already live.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't have Israel as an example then, but I'll use it as an example now. Israel took it over by force, and they have to wall themselves in. They got to worry about rockets being launched.
Mm-hmm.
Whenever you have a population that's already there and you introduce another one, But by force, you will never have peace. Now, the other option is to integrate, right? So, in the integration, you're going to also have challenges of language, culture, also economic challenges. So, without the hostile takeover, you may have a different type of takeover, which will be an economic takeover. Black Americans and diasporans with diasporan and Black American privilege, financially, I mean, becoming competition in already tight economies. What do you think is going to happen? You're not going to be welcome. So the only way that it can happen is if it happens in small numbers and it's not this big organized movement. Once it becomes that, human beings understand that once a huge group of other people move amongst them, that bad things happen.
Exactly.
Nagminzi, I'm gonna ask you a question
Hold
when
on,
you're done, if you don't mind.
hold on, gas them up. Let's have Beatrice also come in, and then you can ask. You'll have the chance. Go ahead, Beatrice.
How are you, Alfredamus?
I am doing well.
Yeah, so as of now, I don't really have much to say yet. When I saw the thumbnail, especially talking about Marcus Garvey, I wanted to be here and make sure that that a native Liberian was on here to speak for us.
Yes, perfect.
Especially growing up when everyone kept making it seem like Marcus Garvey had the best interest for Liberia, and one of his movement was to go back and build up Liberia and so forth. So I never truly understood what
Yeah.
that meant.
Beatrice, let me ask you this real quick.
Mhm.
Sorry for cutting you, being a
No
native
worries.
Liberian, right?
Mhm.
And hearing what the idea is, just like this foreign person. I mean, do you care if they are black or what? Coming, literally, his rhetoric is he wanted to come and be the leader, not just for there, but for Africa. And he was going to civilize the tribes and, you know, um, get them out of their backwardness. Like, I mean,
Yeah,
from your perspective, like that would have been your people. So,
right. They make us seem so primitive,
yeah,
They make us seem like we're helpless, like without the Western world, without the Black American or everyone else, the native Liberians would be nothing. They make us seem so primitive, like, hey, here's this group of people that needs help. So we're gonna go there and help them. But in reality, you guys really don't have much in the US that belongs to you. Like you don't have lands under your name. And same in Jamaica. I've been to Jamaica, and a lot of the land in certain areas are owned by foreigners. So every time when I hear things like stories about Marcus Garvey coming to Liberia to help Liberia or to help Africa, to me it just makes us seem so primitive. Like, you guys,
right.
like, why not just do that on your own land? you know if you really have the best interest, why not do that on your own land, and try to find a way to communicate with the Africans and see if the Africans actually do need your help, instead of walking around or going around making us seem so primitive. So
Exactly.
that's
Exactly.
my take on that.
All right. Now we have Judah. Judah, go ahead. Judah, are you there? All right.
Oh, yeah,
Judah, go
can
ahead.
you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now. Go ahead. So Judah, you are a pan-Africanist, right?
Right.
Are
Somehow,
you
yeah.
are you a Marcus Garvey? So Marcus Garvey is the founder of this pan-Africanism that you are into, right?
I've never really looked up to other people for Pan-Africanism.
No, but he is the founder. You can
I, I don't know what the founder is, but I've never looked up to other people for Pan-Africanism. I've
Okay,
always looked up to.
what is your
Yeah.
take on the father of pan-Africanism?
My take is that as a black person living in this world, right, we have that perception everywhere we go. I mean, if you travel overseas and you see a black man, you have that instinct that that
No, no,
person
no,
looks
no,
like.
no, no. Hold on. Let's speak of. I understand. You know. I'm not speaking of the diaspora. I'm speaking of the ideology where, Marcus Garvey was gonna come.
Right.
He was gonna make his own rules. He was gonna be the leader
And
of
and that's
Africa.
good.
So
That's
wait,
a
wait,
that's a
hold on,
good thing.
hold on. So Marcus Garvey, he doesn't know any African language. He doesn't know any culture. You know, he just have fantasy. He doesn't know anything about Africa other than what he read about.
Right. Right. That's a good
Liberia.
thing.
What is a good thing?
Right. I mean, when the Europeans came to Africa, they didn't know Africa as well. So what makes
So
Marcus Garvey
okay,
different?
wait. So are you saying the Europeans did it in 1884? At the
Right.
time, the Africans were not aware, so we became aware, and we
We were
tried
in
to
our way to we gain
wait.
independence.
Hold on,
That's what it is in Africa.
Look, to fight for independence did not just happen just like that.
But
It took
can I
many.
speak though? I haven't even
Hold
make
on,
a point yet.
Let me clear this. So Marcus Garvey, right, have this fantasy. He was gonna come, right? He's not from there. He doesn't speak the language. So pretty much he's like a white man in dark face. So you are telling me that it would have been good for him to come and dominate
I will
the
have
natives of
preferred Marcus
Liberia
Garvey I will have
if he
preferred
could.
Marcus Garvey to colonize Africa than the Europeans. Why?
And why is that?
Why? Because one, he is black. He is
Okay.
black. That's the first point. Another
Okay,
point is
Africanus, I want to
he.
ask you a question after.
Wait. Okay. So
Can I finish?
wait. Okay. So because he is black, right? So the people, it would have been Liberian, like
Can I finish?
Beatrice.
Can
Hold
I
on, like
finish?
Beatrice's people here. So as long as you're black, from the West, the
As long
African.
as he is black, he has the right.
So the African, is always should be the one, colonized by whether they are black or white.
I mean, hey, you talk. I mean, I don't like when people say he's from Jamaica because Marcus Garvey, before he was a Jamaica, he came from Africa. His parents were sold as slaves.
Was he
So
born in Africa?
it don't matter where you were born.
No, was he?
Some
Dude,
Africans were
hold
born in
on,
Africa as well. I have
hold on,
African brothers that were
hold
born
on.
in Africa.
Judah,
Judah.
are you Liberian? Your accent sounds Liberian.
He's
I'm not Liberian.
Cameroonian. So
I'm a Cameroonian.
Oh,
Judah.
okay. Sorry.
So you said, it would have been better. So tell me, right? How would it have been better? At least the white people had money
Right.
to run it, So Marcus Garvey didn't have that type of money. He would
No,
have
man.
had to.
You can't.
Hold on. They would have had to enslave, the Liberians, to run their economy. So explain to me how, what is good about that.
Look, you keep cherishing the white man, but when the white man came to Africa, they didn't have no money as well. They used you people and construct what they had. All
Okay,
those
fine.
railways that you have in the
Okay,
Gambia was right. So why
we
you
don't.
keep blaming on Marcus Garvey for what he wanted to do, and you don't blame the white person as well?
Garvey. Hold on, you are making arguments that don't make sense. Marcus Garvey never stepped foot in Africa. So
Right,
what
but
I'm
he had
saying,
the
hold on,
ability to change that.
wait. So are you telling us that because the Africa got colonized, Africans became aware and they're like, no, we don't want to be colonized by anyone.
So do you think? I want to ask you a question. Do you think a brother will enslave you?
What?
A person that looks like you will enslave you?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yes.
All right.
Can I ask
Let's
my
cut it
question
there,
when you
man.
guys are done?
Yes.
That's
Yes.
literally why my people exist.
Yes.
Can I ask a question if you don't mind, very quickly? I have two quick questions.
Okay. Quick second, because we have two more speakers before we get to
Okay,
the.
let me not be rude.
Yeah, we have two more speakers.
Okay, so go ahead. Let the speakers go. I'll wait. I won't be rude.
Okay. All right. We got Kidola.
Why you speak African pidgin today? What's going on, man?
Who?
Gas
Now,
them
please,
up.
you see what I said?
Okay.
I don't have friends on either side.
All right,
Africans
hold
don't
on.
want me. African Americans don't want
You
me.
bash me on
Guys.
the other side, man.
Hold
Now
on,
you
Jude.
talk now.
Jude, hold on. Kidola, go ahead.
Afrodamus.
Kidola, what do you think about this topic? What you've heard, like,
You
go
see,
ahead.
you see, I don't think Garvey, what they call Garvey or Gaviat, whatever they call that, the man is. Look, just today, whereby blacks, Americans, or wherever they're coming from, Jamaicans, all these things, they don't know this what our Africa is or West Africa is, where they were coming. They forget that the people there, these people are not just easy people.
Mhm.
These are people who are ready to fight. You see, one thing about what you have to know about is this. Were you ready to fight and die for your tribe and live for your tribe?
Mhm.
That is Africa. Africa is not just a place whereby you just come and think, oh, let me take it over. Take over what? They start training you how to fight when you're small
Right.
by the youth. They call the youth. When you're 13, they learn you how to fight with some of these things they use to cut the grass. They learn you. You become an organization. You live and die for the tribe. Whenever your tribal member die, you will bury that tribal member. So what I'm trying to say to you is, these people are ready to put their neck on the line and die for their tribe and live for their tribe. So this fantasy and this pan-African, these are just desperation. Somebody wants to become a leader of a territory, but not
Exactly.
relate to the territory. They
But
don't just
Kidola, how does like knowing this, right? Even saying it sounds just like the colonizers, right? But now hearing African supporting that, yeah, it's okay for Africans to be colonized just as long as the colonizer is black. What do you think about that?
these people are just pendry. They don't understand what's called this called Pan-African. This thing, I said it before.
Don't
Pan-African was
Nigerian government
let me
suck
talk
in
Jude,
his
about.
own
Let me
Jude,
speak.
Jude, if you interrupt you, I'm gonna drop you backstage. Let the man talk, please. You'll get a chance. Go ahead.
Africa, these people understand Pan-Africa will not even sell in their own kitchen of their mother. You understand me? Or to come and sell Pan-Africa even in the parlor of their father. You get what I'm saying? So even the Brazilians that return, they were not coming as a threat. They assimilate. You understand me? They assimilate in Lagos there. Most of them married to a native Yoruba. And the Oba of Lagos or whatever at that time gave a space to them without no threat. You understand me? They didn't come to say, oh, let me come and look, if market as Garvey would have come into Africa with such a population, the native Africans were ready to fight. So you have to say Africa's where you are. The war of that time is still what the war is today. They're ready to fight and die for their land.
Mhm.
Are ready to live for their land. It's not like
You
come and
didn't
have it.
fight the white man. The white man captured Africa.
Shut up.
Go ahead.
You know, so what you're seeing up to today is still the same thing. It's just like these black Americans or whatever coming. That's why I said there was even darker Africans than what you see now. The Africans, the blacks America, which is the Jamaicans, are far more closer to us than even the black Americans. The darker black Americans are being controlled by the lighter skin and black Americans. The lighter skin black Americans are the real racist against Africans. And nowadays, these black Americans will not even sell in Africa. One, they are not so as close as the type of skin color and other things. It will just like what you show in Liberia, the people that came to Liberia. That's what I said. I'm still continuing saying it. It does not just take a skin color for you to be an African. It takes you to live there and understand the system. It will take years. When I mean 50 years before you know
But Garvey wanted to be the president and write laws for Africa.
You want to be like Muammar Gaddafi.
Yeah.
Gaddafi. These are desperate people who want to be Lord, who want to be Fried Marshal. And they forget that the people they're coming to meet, they're ready to fight. That's why I said, if you know any, look, the language you speak in Africa, we're ready to defend it die and live to defend our languages. Other African tribes that neighbor us and we live together, they know this. That's why we always try to keep peace among ourselves. By how? By intermarriages. That's why when the woman married into another tribe, that woman is not the tribe, is not a tribe of that people, but the children that he gave to the man, these are the children of this tribe. The woman will still respect the woman as a other tribe for the other side. I would keep to respect this woman because we don't want war with the other tribes. So Africans saw this, I call them American blacks. They should understand that you cannot just jump into a place and say, oh, you people are primitive, are ready to conquer you. You have to understand who are they. Are these people ready to die and fight for what they have? Yes. Thank you. Let other person speak.
Thank you. We have Two Niger. Two Niger is a pan-Africanist. Two Niger, welcome to the show. What do you have to say, Two Niger? Sorry, we can't hear you, Two Niger. Your mic, too much air.
Funny now, that's funny. Too much air. What is that all about?
Okay. There you are. We can hear you.
Yeah, thank you for having me, Afdemos, and greetings to members of the panel, the chat, and the viewers. This matter of Garvey being like a colonizer or some kind of stuff. Personally, I think that these type of things, people will have different approaches to trying to, interact with Africa or Africa getting itself together. I think the only acceptable rule of this is when you have the greater good as the intention. And I believe that Garvey probably had the greater good of the black people as his intention.
I mean, what about the for the African? What about his ideology of saying he's going to civilize and Christianize them? That's his idea of Africa is that of the what the white man, the European, thought of Africa, because he's never been there.
Exactly.
He knew nothing about Africa. So if you read his ideology, is similar to like the fascists. He believed that it's only the darker skinned blacks that need to come with him, and he spoke like everything is about their economic empowerment, and they were gonna come to civilize the people. So again, how
I don't know whether I don't know whether he used the term civilized and Christianized.
That's what he used. Have you read?
No, he used the terms, but he used them. Yeah, he used it.
Okay, let's say he used those terms. Now, if he used those terms, that is somebody speaking from the context that he was in. What does he know about this thing? Like you said, he's just as brainwashed as everyone else. So, but from my point of view, anyway, when some people try to say that whether he's African or not, I think people need to stop that, because saying that whether people that are born in the Caribbean are Africans. Let me tell you why. Because
I don't want us to like what I'm saying is, we understand here that I'm not saying someone that was born, in the Caribbean, they are of African descent, just like somebody in the United States, they are of African descent. We all understand that. That is different from being the actual African. Like, for instance, like me, right now, I'm not gonna say, oh, I'm going to Africa. Like, there's a place, a community, village, long line of history. I'm from a place that I would have to go to. Right?
That is so clever, isn't
it? Okay. For instance,
I'm going to London, but you're not going to the UK. How do you go to London without going to the UK?
Okay. For instance, like Nakmizi here on the panel, right?
I don't understand your logic.
No, wait. Nakmizi here, he's of African descent, but he is not African. Would you agree? He is of African origin.
I have a question to ask you.
He's of African origin. But he is not.
Let me say something. This is why I wanted to say.
Can you speak on Garvey, please?
Can you stop interrupting me and telling me what to say? Come on. Do you want to say everything
But that's
yourself?
the topic. That's the topic, though.
But that's what I'm talking about, though. Because if the other guy was able to talk about all kinds of things, you didn't interrupt him once. And then, so, come on. The point is that these people we are talking about, these are line of genes. That's the so-called West Africans and Central Africans. We never left the continent for over 200,000 years. And the first time they left was just 500 years ago. And you are trying to say that somebody that comes from Europe that is mixed race comes to Africa and claim to be African. Then these people
Garvey
have
said
not
it,
left
not
Africa
me.
for over 200,000 years cannot be Africans. I don't buy that.
Garvey, okay, wait, Tunaya, you know Garvey, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know him, to be fair.
Okay, wait, okay. But you support Garvey, right? You support Garvey, right?
I see. I don't know.
Wait, no, I'm asking you. Do you?
I don't know him.
Okay, but you're Pan-African.
I know that he fought for black people, so I support that.
He fought for black people and do what?
Garvey is not the only one that fought for Pan-African.
No, wait. He fought for them to do what?
To be self-determining, to be free.
Black people are already free. Like freedom. Well, I mean, if you say the things he was saying, uplifting their, black people's morale. Sure, he was a great speaker. He did that. The only bill that, he was helping to fight for was the act that was going to deport 12 million African Americans to Liberia. Like I was saying, this is not hidden. You see what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. This is like in the open. So the man was going to do whatever it took,
Can I respond to that?
So imagine, the reality is, because people like to say, oh, if you're black, he was deported out of the United States. So people who are trying to, say these crazy things as if laws don't apply, let's stop that. We know all of us are tied to a land. Whether hold on, let me finish.
God, it's just a man.
Hold on. Let me finish.
Well, wait, yeah.
Gas them up. You have your chance, please. So we are all tied to a land. So at least let's be realistic. Let's not put feelings to it.
Okay,
go ahead, gas them up.
Okay, so look, listen. I want to respond to your Garvey point quickly, and then ask my question to both you and Nakmizi, and everybody in the panel in the chat. My question is simple, or my point about Garvey is simple. Although I personally don't agree with Garvey, in the end, you have to understand, just like Obama is a man of the knowledge available at his time. At the time that Garvey existed, the ideology was manifest destiny. And most of us get our information, we're educated in European, Western education, Western logic. That's what we are taught in. So Garvey, I'm not making excuses for his Afro attempts at colonialism, is still a man and a product of his time, just the same way Obama was, just the same way George Washington and Thomas Jefferson wrote many good ideas, but they still wanted black people to be slaves at the end of the day, right? And they had great ideas of democracy. So I think we shouldn't judge them too harsh on that. But I guess my question to you is this, and I'll say this the last about Garvey. Although Garvey said some wrong things and he may have done some wrong things, him and Du Bois had the debate. Garvey still won, because guess what? Du Bois is buried in Ghana. So everybody still ends up back in Africa. But this is what I want to ask you, Anakmizi. The question is, for me, what does Africa do if it's not Pan-Africanism, which we know has its problems? But what does Africa do for its children who were taken from the land, if we agree with that idea that the people in the diaspora are Africans? Because in a child that is born of rape, you don't fault that child. That child should still exist and be treated good. So my question is to both of you: what does Africa do, if it's not Pan-Africanism, to its children that were forcefully taken from that land? What does Africa do?
Which children?
Okay, if you don't agree that the diaspora are not the children, that is my position. So if you can just agree,
agree.
I know you don't.
What do you?
I know you don't agree.
Are you talking about the transatlantic slave trade?
The transatlantic slave genocide. is what I'm
It's
describing. And
hold
so
on,
what I'm
hold
saying
on.
is,
Let me finish. Let me finish. Look,
but you didn't answer the question.
hold on. You're adding emotions to this. You can call it what
Okay,
you want, but the
okay.
honest truth is, here's the thing. You know, it was a trade. This is what those people did for money. They sold human beings. This is what they did. So
My people didn't do it.
hold on. Okay, here's the thing. The people, this happened many moons ago. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
many moons ago. So
Yes.
any African that come here, like you say, oh, my people didn't do it. Then why do you care? We're not gonna sit here and like pretend.
But
Like,
African,
hold on. I don't Africa, even me that was born from that soil.
so was
Africa,
I.
hold on. Africa owes me absolutely nothing. Nothing.
But you're not
Like,
answering my
hold on.
question.
Absolute Africa owes me nothing.
But that's your own
You see?
opinion.
No, but that's the truth. What did
No,
they
but
give
that's your
me?
This
own
is not the
opinion.
objective
There's no.
Here's the thing.
Wait, but
Here's the
African,
thing. Here's the
wait,
thing.
what you done? Wait,
Anyone.
you guys. Can you let me speak on? Can you let me speak? Because you've been talking.
But
I want
because
the
I'm
people
the
to answer
host.
the question. I
Wait,
know, but at least be fair on
give
your
me 1
channel.
second. Wait, hold on
Okay,
1
go ahead.
second, please. Let me read this. Garvey believed he and the KKK shared similar views on segregation, that he sought a separate state for African Americans. Garvey, you know, him and the KKK, they shared the same views. You know, if you look at how fanatic his views were, especially for Africa, just, you know, because he's never been there. That's what I'm saying. So it's all fantasy.
And
This
that
is
is why
all. This is fantasy. You
So
know,
wait,
that's what
I
you know. And hold on. And in his fantasy, you claiming
but
to be African. Hold on. You claiming to be African, and I know you're
you should
African.
be a gracious
You
host.
okay? You don't have a place. You know, the place you think you have a subservient spot in Garvey's
I'm not
ideology.
debate
That's the truth.
Afridimus. Can you look? Listen, hosting when we host, we're from Africa. As an Isoko man, if you come to my place, I will give you cola and palm wine. I will host
Okay.
you well.
Well,
So
I
host
don't.
me well as your guest.
Well,
If you are not Isoko,
again,
that is okay. But in Africa, we host.
hold on.
So I'm just
Here,
asking you to host me. So wait. My question
let's get
still
to the
remains.
point. Get to the
And
point.
I want to get to it.
Mhm.
And I don't want to answer the question, please, if you can. And that's why I'm asking you. And
Okay,
hopefully you
get
can
to
get
the point.
Nakmezi. The question still
Hello,
stands.
can I give my input
What?
here?
Yeah, let me just ask the question again so everyone can hear it. What does Africa, if it's not, which it has its problems, we know, if it's not pan-Africanism, this is not emotionalism. As an Isoko man, maybe some people that in those days from my place were taken. What does Africa do for its children that were taken and stolen in this genocide? If you are saying African Mr. Africa owes you nothing, then that's your answer. And that's okay, but at least say it. So that's why I want to hear what the people on the panel say. What does Africa do for its children that were lost and stolen in that genocide?
All right, let me respond to that. Let
Go
me
ahead.
respond to that.
Go ahead.
So what does the mother who has millions of so-called children scattered around the hood, aka the earth, owe those children? She already made that separation once they were taken away. So at that point, the relationship is broken. I tell people I'm not an African, I'm of African descent. So I don't want shit from Africa because my people, while we have our struggles, we're doing better than a lot of Africans on the continent. Now, if you're going to say, well, come back, like Ghana did, come back and we're going to, make you African again and then you're going to have to do it right. They had this initiative where it was just a bunch of ceremonial citizenship after 20 years.
Ceremonial Africans.
Yeah, ceremonial Africans make you feel good. You know what I'm saying? Wrap you up in some kente cloth or whatever. It's all nonsense. It's all emotionalism. Can you get blood from a stone? Absolutely not. So would I waste my time trying to get money or land from a place where the people who were born on that land and have lived there can't get it first? Nah, no, I'm good. You know, these dusty Pan Africans that just want to connect, they want to kick in the door and force their way into African society without actually doing the work.
You know,
I want to see, hold on, brother. I want to see the guy who says I'm a Nigerian go just explain it in Yoruba or Igbo. They don't do that because all they want to do is use Africa for land and tours. That's all they are. They want to sell land and do tours while they live in America. Stay away from these fake capitalist wannabe Pan Africanisms.
and Nagmizi, this question is for you. Like, okay, I'm reading this out. I'm talking about Garvey, his plans. If I mean, it was just written, but it never materialized because he never stepped foot in Africa. But let's just say if it worked, so the African would have to, according to him, would be civilized. He's going to be the one civilizing them. And we know anytime that language is used, you know, that means you believe you are above that person and you get to decide what civilization is. So hearing this Pan-African, quote unquote, they're Africans, they would have been in the bottom. Why does it shock you that they still, you know, saying, no, we would have preferred that, and trying to use mental gymnastics to make sense of it? Are you shocked to see these Africans doing this on this panel?
Well, to see an African do that, yeah, you know, and an African which would say, yeah, his only reason was because he's black. Are you that dumb and dense, respectfully, to think that the color of your skin means something on a continent where many people are the same color? It doesn't mean anything. He's not talking about political aspirations. He's not talking about land and resource acquisition and redistribution amongst the people. These Pan Africans are so dense, they just talk nonsense. But if you really break down their talking points and you listen to them, just like you said, Garvey said to civilize and Christianize.
Yep.
Many of these Pan Africans have white supremacist talking points. Many of them do. When they start criticizing their own people, i.e., Black Americans or Caribbeans that don't agree with them, what do they start doing? They go to the lowest common denominator and say, yeah, that's why you guys are Pookie and Ray Rays. What about Chicago? They always go to the white supremacist talking points to try to prove their love for Africa, but they always do it from America. Pan-Africanism is a failure, and Pan-Africans are also failures.
All
You
right,
notice,
we have.
you notice how
Hold on,
Nagmizi doesn't interrupt you.
hold on. We have. You say what?
You notice how
No,
he
because
doesn't interrupt anybody that
because
says something he agrees with.
Nagmizi answers the questions. He's not trying to, you know, play, you know, all these mental gymnastics to pull us from the topic.
Yeah,
If you
May I have
stay,
1 second, or may I have 5 more seconds, please? I want y'all to pay attention how when people are talking, I'm quiet. I listen. There's no interrupting. That's how you can have a good dialogue. So I want to welcome Gucci Bear and just ask him, how much money did Tariq make today? Tariq!
Can you just shout out?
hold on, guys. But hold on, don't. We have Pan Africanism Strikes Back. He didn't talk yet. Let's allow him to speak. Pan Africanism Strikes Back. Welcome to the show. I know you're a Pan Africanist. I want to hear your perspective on this.
So basically, what you always gonna have with history is a bunch of people who never did shit trying to criticize somebody who actually did stuff. To this day,
I did more in Africa than
I
Marcus
haven't
Garvey,
even
idiot.
you see
Hold
the
on, Nagmizi. Let him finish.
listen. I got this guy beat already. He can't even let me talk. Nagmezi's quiet when he thinks he's the smartest person
I'm
in the room.
quiet for
But when
Africans
a
on an
superior,
African platform.
when a superior intellect comes into the space, he has to start running interference and filibustering because he knows he's going to get destroyed like he does on every Pan-African channel ever since he first created his YouTube page, right? Nagmezi didn't even know that there was a person with a manufacturing warehouse in his own home borough of Brooklyn. So this is the difference between these guys and Marcus Garvey. Marcus Garvey owned restaurant chains, not just one. Grocery store chains, not just one. Printing press, dry cleaning chains, not just one, in America. So the reason you're going to get a lot of hate on him by Black FBA is because Marcus Garvey did more in America than any of these so-called FBA.
But are you aware, for example, right?
I thought you was going to let me talk.
Okay, go ahead.
Martin Luther King didn't own shit. Malcolm X didn't own nothing. The closest thing to it was Elijah Muhammad, and he mostly financed other people starting businesses and owned a few things because his father followed behind Marcus Garvey and learned the idea of enterprise from Garvey. Okay, so they have to destroy Garvey to justify their inability or their lack of desire to build things in the country that they call theirs, and where they say they're prospering and where they say they're doing so well, right? But when you peel back the layers of the onion, where did Nakmizi start his business? Africa, his boxing gym, Africa. That's the only place where he could do it because they're priced out of America, just like most other Black Americans in America, priced out. The white man that they love so much has eliminated them from the economic playing field by making everything too expensive. They refuse to work together like the immigrants do, and that's their problem with Garvey. Garvey said, look, you can do something. Just like if you look at Garvey, his idol was Booker T. Washington. What's his name? Booker T. Washington.
Booker T. But their ideology is different. Different.
Their ideology is not different because the things that Booker T. Washington talked about, Garvey actually executed that in America.
Like what?
So Garvey, bro, when you talk about gaining skills that people will pay you for, Garvey had a whole nursing corps where he trained Black women to be nurses.
But do you know the plan? You know what I'm talking about here,
you
right?
Guys just throwing stuff
He
out.
wants to go to Africa, like his plan, right?
I'm giving you facts, Alfredamus, versus the BS that you are perpetuating with.
Wait, no, hold on, Brandon, because you're talking about what I'm saying is here. Okay, you can say all these things, but Garvey, in his own writings, his ideology, his political agenda is all written out. Okay, yeah, he did have businesses, but think about it, an FBA person. How do you suppose an FBA person would supposed to feel? Let's say, Garvey was trying to work with this racist senator to help get 12 million, African Americans deported with him to Liberia, so he can achieve his ambition.
And what's wrong with that? There's nothing wrong with that because all those 12 million Americans, all they ended up doing was sitting up complaining about how bad America is.
Okay, wait a minute. So you are saying,
bro?
Okay, go ahead.
Listen, bro, I'm Black American. I know my people better than you ever will.
No, but do you think I didn't even finish my sentence. Hold on.
Just complain about how bad America is. So Garvey was doing Black Americans a favor.
But what about the Africans who are on how would they have acquired the land? That's the point here. I'm speaking from, because the lands are spoken for. These people,
just like the white man went into Africa and had to learn to adapt to Africa and learn to.
No. That's not what happened. We fought the white man. That's why they are not in charge. We fought the white man.
Bro, listen. These Black Americans would have been assimilated into African society.
No, where would they have gotten the land? People live on this land. How would they have acquired it? That's my.
Listen, you guys can't debate the point. So either Nakmizi is going to keep interrupting, or you're going to keep interrupting. We know.
I'd like to respond for real.
We know the game already.
But Brandon, answer this, right? Answer this. I get your point, but if Garvey, let's say they succeeded 12 million, okay, he wants a nation. This place already had people with their own customs. How would he?
Marcus Garvey wanted to build a simple city, bro.
No, Brandon, you don't even know about
You
Garvey.
won't
Now,
even let me finish to know what I know. You interrupt me every 3 seconds.
okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
Bro, Marcus Garvey wanted to build a city in Africa. That was the start of all this stuff. He worked out an agreement with the Africans. He wanted to get land, which W.E.B. Du Bois set him up.
Which Africans?
Which
Be
African?
specific.
Which Africans?
This was in Liberia.
Brandon. No. Brandon, Liberia was already a nation with American Liberians in charge.
In, bro, like you guys can't win an argument, so you gotta
No, but Brandon, you're wrong. You're wrong there. He was in a city.
You don't know if I'm wrong because you won't let me talk.
But you're wrong, though.
If I'm wrong, let
me respond, please.
If I'm wrong,
okay. You got 30 seconds. Then we'll allow Nakmizi.
Here we go. The city, why couldn't he
Go ahead.
occupy the space that didn't
Go ahead, Brandon.
living there?
Bro,
Brandon, go ahead.
Go read history. Nakmizi knows this history, but he knows he could be the king among a bunch of dummies, so he purposely misrepresents the information.
So are you saying I don't know this history?
You have it.
I have it here. I can put, everything I'm saying, I can pull it.
Tell me about you could put it up. Put it up.
I can put it. No, because you implying you said dummies again, Brandon, it sounds like I know this history more than you.
Bro,
you haven't said anything. You haven't said anything correct here.
Bro, you don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, fine. Let's allow Nakmizi.
Yeah, I'd like to respond, please. Thank you so much. All right, so.
This is all, guys. You're listening to people with angles trying to force a narrative that's untrue, bro. So they control it by filibustering, interrupting, making sure the person can get their point out. This is garbage. This is garbage.
Let him say his point. Go ahead, Nakmizi.
I'll give him 30 more seconds so he can't accuse me of interrupting him. Finish, Brandon.
Listen. Nakmizi ain't gonna build nothing in America. He could talk about romanticize. We're gonna be in America. He lives in Holland. That's who he's contributing to. He's never gonna move back to America because it will always be the excuse of, well, I'm getting my bread, all this stuff. Black Americans don't want to build anything. What they want to do is prevent anybody who wants to build from building so they can try to maintain some type of moral or psychological advantage over everybody else. That's all it is. Listen, W.E.B. Du Bois is way smarter than anybody on this panel. At the end of the day, even he had to capitulate to the teachings of Garvey. He ended up moving.
No. Look.
Where's he buried?
Here's the difference. Here was the difference. Let me say here was the difference.
No, bro.
Garvey, the difference between Garvey and W.E.B. Du Bois was Garvey believed that it's only the dark skin, black people who should come. He didn't believe in race mixing. He said, hold on. He said, let me finish. He said all the ones that are mixed needed to stay in America and die off. That's what he believed in. So, but let's allow Nakmizi to.
Yeah. Dr. Damas.
A bunch of
Brandon, let him talk.
Y'all didn't even let me talk.
I'm taking my time back, Brandon. I'm taking my time back, Brandon.
Hold on, Brandon.
I'm taking my time back, Brandon. I was nice enough to give you that. So now, Afrodamus, so aptly named, I was going to hit him with the Garvey would actually have me and Brandon not be able to go to Africa because of our skin color.
Right.
He was on some blackity black shit, which would have excluded us. That's number one.
No, that is not accurate.
Whoa. Hold on.
I put them in. Tunaya don't even know anything about Garvey.
Exactly.
He admitted to that.
You need to worry about
he doesn't know. Guys, just hang tight.
So now,
Nakmizi is gonna say his point. Just hang tight. I'll put you back.
Yeah, hang tight. Yes. I always land my plane quickly anyway. So now here's the other point. He said that what did he say? Yeah, that I built something in Africa. Yeah, I didn't build that on the strength of pan-Africanism. I built it on the strength of a skill set, and there was a void that needed to be filled that I could fill perfectly. That's what I did. That's not Pan-Africanism. That's actually good business, okay? Business that I actually learned from my family who are Black American business owners. So that's the second nail in your Pan-African coffin. So the third one would be, how could I, a proud Black American, actually do more in Africa than Garvey ever did? Because his ass never even went to Africa.
Yeah,
You
I
sound
know,
stupid.
right? Exactly. That's what I don't understand, because I want us to stick with the topic. Like Nagmizi actually have more realistic, he knows more about Africa than Garvey. At least he went there. Garvey never been there. Garvey died just fantasizing what Africa is. I'm telling you, go read his book. Garvey's idea about, he knows nothing about Africa.
Let me ask you a question.
Go
Why,
for it.
when I was gonna talk, soon as I said 3 words, I was immediately interrupted by Nakmizi. Then you begin to interrupt me to the point where I couldn't even get my point across. You didn't interrupt Nakmizi at all. Just admit you guys have a plan to try to tear at Pan-Africanism.
Didn't
You
I
can't
give you 30 seconds of my own time,
you
Brandon?
can't
Didn't I
help
give you my own
this, bro.
time?
You can't listen, bro. You
What could the plan be,
why
really? What's
I
the
gave him
plan?
my
listen, bro.
time. He doesn't want
Listen.
to acknowledge that,
I have
though.
2 businesses in America. You have 0. You have more business in America.
Brandon, you ride around
Listen,
doing
you
DoorDash
have
on a
more.
scooter.
Listen,
That's
bro.
not a business, buddy.
You have more
You deliver white
businesses.
people's groceries
Exactly.
on a
You gotta
scooter.
interrupt me. You gotta interrupt me. You gotta
No,
interrupt me.
wait. Let's talk about what your business
We
is.
know
You
the truth.
deliver white
We know
people's
the truth, bro.
groceries on a
Wait,
scooter.
guys. Let's not turn it into
Listen,
personal beef.
this is
Let's
just
stick
like,
with the topic,
let me
please.
say what I
Please.
gotta say, bro, and I'll leave. This is just like Tariq, bro. All these dudes can do is try to crack jokes. I'm making more money than them in America, have more businesses than them in America, just better. I'm better. I'm a better Black American than you because you can't even do it in America. You allow
I'm international, buddy.
you
It's
outside the
something that you
window.
want to be.
You're
I
outside.
am.
All right, bro. You're outside the window looking in, talking about what you gonna do in
No,
America.
no, wait. Let
I'm
me
doing it.
show you what's
I'm
outside
doing
of
it.
the window.
Guys,
I don't care
don't
about none of that. It ain't
guys.
in America. It ain't in
Okay,
America. So stop
okay,
trying to sell somebody a dream that you're not even living.
okay.
Brandon,
All right,
you're a failure. You
guys.
deliver
Okay,
groceries on a scooter.
all right. We just have a new speaker on the deck here. Happy Companion, welcome to the show. Happy.
Welcome. Thank you so much, everybody. Everybody in the chat, everybody in the panel. Hello. I've been listening for a few minutes. Very interesting topic, very informative. Everybody made valid points. Yeah, when Mr. Jude made the comment about um, Africans going over there, whether it be black, at least as black people coming to Africa
To colonize.
to colonize. I really don't think he meant it that way, to be honest with you. If he did, that's fine. But I don't think that Marcus Garvey was going over there as a colonizing force. I think during that time it was just going there to repatriate and, like you said, probably build their own communities, because it's very difficult for us to integrate completely into African society unless you know the culture, you know the language, every aspect of it, because you're still not going to be 100% not respected, accepted, totally, because there's always going to be some doubt. You're still sort of an outsider. Your ancestors gone for 200-300 years, whatever. Now you coming back, and what I've been living in the Gambia for 2 years. Everybody know that. I lived in East Africa. I lived in Kenya and Tanzania as well. So I lived in the Middle East. I lived in Asia. So I live all over the world. So it's not my first rodeo. Now, my thing is that sometimes people have a tendency. It's like we're African Americans, African diaspora, but the hatred of Africa and the Africans is ridiculous. I think it's sick for African Americans in the diaspora to hate the land that their ancestors came from and the people that came from there. That's total disrespect for the people who suffered and died trying, over the middle passage. I mean, the transatlantic slave trade and all that. And then you insult the African people as if they're low class and they don't mean anything. That history is wasted. The only thing that matters is 1619. That's sick. Okay, if if people want to keep their history and start their history at that point, don't get mad at everybody else because they want to start it from earlier than that. And at the same time, I'm not really upset with the fact that people want to start at 16, 19. That's fine. But the fact is, don't insult people because they want to go a little further. It's little knick-knack, paddywhack, give the dog a bone kind of childish conversations that goes on with people who don't have respect for themselves. The reason why we black is because our ancestors came from Africa.
Happy
You
companion.
realize that?
Okay, all right. Okay, hold on, guys. Hold on. Don't interrupt him. Hold on. So, guys, I think you guys are, I don't know if you guys have really read what Garvey's ideology was. This is no. Hold on. This is written. What I'm saying here. Wait, Garvey said. Wait, Garvey wanted to have a nation. My question here is, wait,
Afrodamus.
Yeah.
No one cares what Garvey said. We're doing work ourselves. We have proof of concept. You guys are standing around talking about pan-Africanism, but claiming you hate it.
Oh, okay. I see, Brandon. I see where you are coming from. See, again, this is why you missed the beginning. I even said this. So this is from the African point of view. Like, let's say Garvey, if he had came with the 12 million black people, because he said he wanted to create a black nation.
Man, you talk about hypotheticals. Bro.
No, but well, hold on. Everything about him at this point is hypothetical because he's never stepped foot in
What
Africa.
is what you're doing? Listen, we could pick apart.
Hold on. Has he ever been to Africa?
What are you doing based on what you believe that's building in Africa?
What?
What are you doing? Excuse me. Based on what you believe that's building in Africa? Nothing.
Oh, so wait, really? Okay. Are you trying to do this between you and I? Is that what you're trying to do?
No,
I don't want to. Look. Here's the thing. I don't want to enter this because if you asking me, wait. If you want to ask me what I'm doing, okay? I don't think you want to have that conversation. Hold on. Let's not do that. Let's just stick with the topic. Okay.
Well, when we try to
here's the topic. Hold on. Here's what the topic is. So Garvey wanted to come to Africa, as he's written. He wants to be the president. He wants to write what the laws are going to be. He was going to civilize hold on, let me finish. He was going to civilize the tribes. So my question is, this nation, who was he going to take this land from? That's what I'm asking.
He wasn't going to take land. He was gonna buy land, bro. What are you
talking? He was going to buy land. Okay. So Brandon, you're in denial.
I'm not.
No, because you keep moving the goalposts. You don't even sound like. I don't think you even because you're coming here,
bro.
You're talking about businesses. Look, you're talking about businesses. That's not what we're doing. Bro, we're talking about Garvey.
Marcus Garvey had a plan. That man can do whatever he want to do. He's a man. He can make his own decisions. You guys are trying to police what Garvey wanted to do.
No, again, you're making it about me. I'm not. Look, okay, let me help you. I'm speaking as a native African, right? Okay, like Jude said. Hold on. Like Jude said, Jude was saying that he didn't mind even if Garvey came and colonized, right? Me as an African, why the hell would I want anyone to colonize me, whether they are black as the ace of spades? I don't care about it. I don't want anybody. I don't want any foreign person to tell me what to do on my own land. Period. Whether so Garvey, just like they colonized Liberia, right? Liberia was colonized. You know this, right? Are you listening, Brandon?
Bro, as soon as I start talking, you're gonna start interrupting me.
Okay,
So it ain't
okay.
no
What I'm
point.
saying, they were not going to buy the land. They didn't have that money,
Man,
Brandon.
you don't know what the hell you're talking about.
Brandon, he was broke. He went. Brandon, he became broke. He had to take. He had to, withdraw the stock money. That's what he went to prison for.
Bro, you don't. Now you're moving the goalposts. This
No,
is
I'm not.
promise. You're not gonna win this debate because you're gonna try to be disingenuous. Let me move from here to here. Do you realize? Okay, who was controlling Liberia when Garvey wanted to go there?
The American Liberians were
Okay,
already.
so
The state was already established.
bro,
Close to 100 years,
see how you
and they rejected. They rejected Garvey.
You see how you got a filibuster, bro? This is
But they rejected him. You know what? Let me bring in a native Liberian. Let's see how she would feel.
Bro. You're on record. Listen, I'm gonna take this. I'm gonna splice it. I'm gonna show everybody. These dudes are talking. They're talking shit. But when you want to answer and kill their argument, they got a filibuster and jump in and interrupt. It's been proven already. It's been proven already. So
what's proven?
So you're telling me that Marcus Garvey, this is what makes your argument stupid. Marcus Garvey was gonna go and use what army to colonize a bunch of Americo-Liberians who were at that time supported by the U.S. government?
All right. Okay. Let me answer your question. That's why I said
Brandon,
you're not thinking this
like
through.
They
were gonna, what Garvey was planning, if the bill had gone through, they were going to deport 12 million African Americans to Liberia. They were going to do it sort of like a reparation package. So that 12 million would have outnumbered. They would have outnumbered the people, the first settlers. Hold on. Let me finish. Brandon, they would have outnumbered the settlers that were already there, so that Garvey, by popularity, they take over. You see what I'm saying? This is why. Hold on. This is why the people there did not allow it, and the bill also didn't make it past Congress. Look this up. You're going by emotions, but this is real.
Making stuff up, bro. You're like, they were going to deport 12 million black. Bro, Marcus Garvey clearly said he did not want to take all black people to Africa.
Yes.
He said that some people was going to be
12 million is not all. 12 million is not all.
Here we go.
Was 12 million all?
Bro, do you realize that there were people in Liberia at that time who had blood relatives who lived in America? So when Marcus
that still doesn't mean they wanted Marcus Garvey to come there, with his fantasy, with those people, to be in front of him as the leader.
Nothing that you're saying is actually factual. This stuff is
really
all hypothetical. Marcus Garvey is so you're telling me a bunch of black Americans was gonna go with Marcus Garvey to overthrow a bunch of Americans in Liberia.
Well, you can overthrow a place by number. I just told you this. You know why Marcus Garvey? You know why he chose Liberia? Do you know why? He didn't choose like a typical native place, because most of the places were colonized. So in Liberia, the black people there were from the United States and in the Caribbean.
Exactly.
So hold on. So Marcus Garvey, he already can easily relate to this. So the thing is, bringing this number, his number they would have outnumbered these people that were already there. So by default, Marcus Garvey would have been the leader. This is the thought process. This is why he worked with Senator Bilbo, the racist. This is why he worked with him, for them to pass, that bill.
With all
you see what I'm saying?
What is wrong with it? If he goes to Liberia and takes over Liberia, what is wrong with it? Tell me.
Hold on. You say Tuna, say what is wrong with it? Let's ask. Let's ask Beatrice, who is a native Liberian. Beatrice, 2 Niger 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 you know, he thought, you know, he was going to civilize and Christianize your people. Tunaja is asking, what is wrong with somebody coming to enslave you people? Go ahead.
I mean, that's a
So,
senseless question to ask,
That's
right?
not what
but
Garvey even
Would
said.
see,
would
So
you
why
can
you
I
want
can I
would you
finish?
want
But do
He
you
just
think he
you're
can
making
peacefully?
an
would
ask
would
him a
you
assumption?
specific
want
question and
German
he's putting
that
it to some
have
other
different
person. I asked
mindsets,
him a
different
specific
Tunaya, let
cultures
the
question.
woman
than
talk,
you?
please. Let her talk. Go ahead,
See, if this
Beatrice.
is
What?
conduct this, then there
This
is
is
no point taking
disingenuous,
part in this
bro.
conversation. This is ridiculous
He's
conversation.
lying.
I asked you a question and you put it to some other person. The question was based on the context that you are saying African Americans were there. If Americans were there and he's from Africa and America too, if he
But the
goes there to take
African
over this
Americans
thing,
that were there, they were already treating
Tunaya,
the
they
natives like
rejected him.
slaves.
Are you listening?
They
they were
were
already
already
treating
treating the
who?
natives like
They
slaves.
rejected. They already
So if you
enslaved the
I,
bring in more
Liberians.
African American that have similar mindset, they will continue that same treatment.
tell
What do you
me,
mean?
tell me, Beatrice, what is the difference between that and what got our people sold out in the first
You
place?
are not
We were treating each
Liberian.
other.
Tunaja,
Can I
Tunaja,
finish?
you
Can
are
I finish?
Tunaja.
Come on,
No, no, no,
stop it.
no.
Stop it.
Tunaja, you are
Okay, I'm going
sick.
to leave. I'm just going to leave if you're not going to let me talk.
Wow.
This
I
is
can't believe
ridiculous
this is
now.
coming out of
Stop
it. Go ahead.
interrupting me when
Tunija,
I'm trying to make a
Go ahead.
point.
Go ahead.
See,
Tunija,
what
his
is the
Go,
difference
argument
between
is
that?
go ahead.
Sorry. I was speaking to
You
somebody the
are,
other day in Nigeria, and see, let me tell you something. I was speaking to somebody the other day in Nigeria. He confirmed to me that his grandfather's grandfather lost 7 people from their family alone, and they went and had a DNA test, and he found out that to the US there. And the reason why he said that, he talked about how the wars that they were fighting between tribes among tribes within the Yoruba, this in the kingdoms, that led to those
look,
people being taken to the Americas. What I'm telling
look.
you is that
That's none
what
of our,
happened
that's none
then,
of
what
look.
is so different within what
That's
happened
none
then
of
with
our
what
problem. Those people,
the Western woman
alcoholics,
too on the continent. What is so
alcoholics,
different?
people selling people for alcohol in that region. Don't try to
In
bring
other
that on
words,
us. This
Garvey
has
was more
look.
honorable
This
to
has
what was going
nothing.
on and what
Look,
was going on there.
Tunaja. So what I'm saying is Tunaja. So literally, what you are saying is right. You are saying okay, just simply the African again. Just because in the past somebody took over, so now the Africans should just continue to hold on to that position and say, how is that different? The difference is now we became aware and we shouldn't allow that from anybody.
Alfredamus. Your
He's coming
premise
back
is
to
total.
compete
Let's
as
hear
a
to
black
talk.
Tunisia, let
man.
me
He's
just
not
get it.
One
aware
mic.
of the wars that
Tunaja.
most
Tunisia,
Africans
let me say
were.
this so I can leave.
Okay.
Let me say this so I can leave. The
Afidamos.
guy, listen, this guy,
Brandon.
this
Person
guy's
Yeah.
should talk
argument is
now. They
totally
just
is.
disturb it. Person should
Listen,
talk. Don't force your will into other people. Person has
let
to
me
talk.
cool. Ola, just let's
Then
say my last
you
point.
Okay,
Garvey,
Brandon,
just
30
let them
seconds, 30 seconds and let Kidola go. Go
Okay,
ahead.
listen. The argument is totally flawed because Beatrice just proved my point. The Americo-Liberians was already enslaving the native Liberians, right? So you're telling me Garvey was gonna come and enslave the slavers and enslave the natives? That was never on the
So
No, Brandon.
if that's not the case,
America.
Brandon, why didn't Garvey choose another country?
Beatrice,
If
Beatrice,
that's not the case, why didn't he choose another
because
country?
Garvey talked
If
to
that's not the case, why didn't he choose another country?
Beatrice, listen. Garvey talked to the ruling class of Liberia. They promised him land already.
No, they did not. They did not.
See how you do
Look,
it?
even Garvey in his book,
Let
Brandon, this is not true.
me
You're not even, you know
bro,
what? You're not even a
if I'm wrong,
pan-Africanist.
why
I'm
don't you let me
disappointed.
finish? If I'm wrong, why don't you let me finish so you can prove me
Okay,
wrong?
okay, go ahead.
Listen, W.E.B. Du Bois traveled to Liberia, talked to the Liberian ruling class, lied to them. Garvey's gonna try to enslave you. He's gonna try to do all
No,
this
no,
shit.
no, no, no.
Listen, he went on behalf of the Firestone Tire Company.
That has been debunked. That
No,
has been,
uh,
look, that has
Hello.
been
thank you
debunked
for
Somebody has
having
to
me.
talk
because,
now.
Thank you for
yeah.
Somebody
having
has
me.
to speak. They just
All right,
dominated.
Kidola, go ahead, Kidola.
They dominated this thing. Look, this. I'm very disappointed. Tunaja look a guy from Nether Edo or Delta State. Tunaja will never go to his king or his chiefs where he's coming from. Possibility Agbo or some of those Oshumele or those areas there Asaba or above a little bit to Onitsha. Tunaja, why you standing here confusing people about this pan-Africanism, whereby you yourself You're not able to even go to your own king, Eze or Obi, or one of all these your king in your territory, say, this man is a black American, is a slave that be took over from Agbo. Yeah, please give him 500 by 500 feet of land, and you will see if that king will still be in that power, in that throne. Look, my brother, stop deceiving people. I don't like this deceiving. Pan-Africanism will never say in even in his own toilet, that pit toilet that Tunaja is going to in that village. You understand me? So these things that you want to come and what I'm saying, this is the problem. What happened in Liberia, and this Pan-Africanism, whatever happened in Liberia, up to today, is still going on today in Liberia. They don't like each other there. That will cause a civil war. Marcus Garvey was coming to. That's why he was approaching this the Americans that came to Liberia. Why was he approaching those people? Because he already see a weak spot there that he will collide with. He will Marcus Garvey will even overthrow those guys later. Look, numbers matter a lot.
Yeah.
If Marcus Garvey would have been in Liberia, he would have even overthrow those Liberians, those American ones that came there. Then he will finally have his own emperor, the Marshal that he was looking for ever since. The same thing happened to Kuruma. Kuruma fight for independence, have hidden agenda too. Kuruma become the leader. What the Kuruma want to become later? He want to become the overall,
like Garvey. Same ideology.
How is that a bad thing again?
Look, let me finish. And this is where the black Americans have to understand how the Africans operate. When the Africans saw that Kuruma was trying to become the Lord of all Lord, King of all King, what did they do to him? They chased him out. First of all, he is selling Pan-Africanism, but he married to what Egyptian lady? You understand me? Is that Pan-Africanism? You understand me?
The Arab woman.
He's also married to an African, a black Ghanaian. Come on.
Tunaja, let the man talk.
Let me talk. These are people who want to promote B1, B2, B6, and B12. You understand me? you see, Kuruma come with it. Kuruma have the same mind of these Garvey people also. Look, black Americans have no emotional attachment to African land. When I'm Africa is big, to West Africa. They have no emotional attachment to the land. They have no emotional attachment to Africans, to the West African people who live over there. They don't see us as one. Just we don't see them also as one. First of all, we have to be scared of them because they have a secret agenda, and that
even first generation Africans don't have connection to the continent. Stop spewing garbage. Come on.
He said first generation Africans.
Even first generation Africans don't even want to go back to Africa. We see them all the time. The children of Africa, rich Africans that come to America,
if they're not born, Tunaja, they are not.
That is not new.
That's not true. Tunaja, that's a lie.
Many of them don't want to go back. That is a fact. Except the parents actually make a lot of
hold on, Tunaja.
Give me 2 seconds. Ask Free Nigeria.
It's a fact.
Tunaja came from a village. Tunaja came from a village. Ask Tunaja if you ever donate his land, his grandfather's land, in back of his house. If you would donate 100 by 100 to any black American that will come and say, I want to live in his village, ask him if we donate that land. If Tunaja say yes, they want to see an example first that, oh, this black American, they've been paying for a very long time. Come, let me donate you. My father have too many farmland. Let me give you 100 by 100. I'll come and build your house and stay. They will call Tunaja and hero. If not, Tunaja is just a fake man who live in London, eating sausage and beans and tea.
Tunaja ran away.
So that's what Tunaja is. Thank you.
Let's allow Ibrahima Sanogo. He's been here for a minute. Let's let him speak to Ibrahima Sanogo. Where are you calling from?
So I'm in New York right now, but my parents from Ivory Coast, West Africa.
From Africa. All right. So, do you visit Africa?
I went. My parents sent me when I was 6 years old. Came back when I was 10.
Let's see. Tunaja claiming that people's kids don't go. But go ahead. What do you think about this topic?
I was listening to it. What not Tunaja, the other guy was saying. He's right. To be honest, some of the black over here, they really now. They don't want African no more, man. They want us to go back. Even me, I was born here. They told me to go back home. So I think what the other guy says is really he's right. He's right.
Who?
I don't not the true Niger, the other guy.
You talking about Kidola?
I don't know his name, but he's right though. With the Nigerian accent, yeah, that guy. I don't know his name.
I'm the one.
Okay.
I'm the
So
one. I'm the one, man.
Yeah, him. That's him. Yeah.
okay. So what do you want to add about the Garvey thing?
With the Garvey thingy, to be honest, I'm just like trying to like understand a little bit more because I know Garvey about Omar Johnson, but I'm not fully.
Omar Johnson is a follower of Garvey. Yes.
Yeah, so like I'm studying more. I'm just still trying to understand a little bit more. So with
Yeah, he
that,
wanted to dominate Africa, Liberia to be specific.
oh man,
Yes. So that's why some of these people here, Tuna, just saying, what is wrong with that? This is sick. I can't even
there's
believe.
something wrong
This
with
is
it.
why when
There's
these
something wrong
people,
with it because I will not let nobody just come to my house like that and take it for
Africans,
free.
are you guys listening? You understand the African, some of your people, the mindset. So literally, so if they are talking about crying, oh, the white people colonize us, don't listen to these people. These people are just, wherever the wind blows them. These are people that want to be dominated. He's like, yeah, what is wrong with somebody wanting to be the Lord of the Lord and be a super dictator? So he can be a dictator as long as the person is black. As long as, the person doesn't even have to know the African languages. So that's a completely foreign person. In order to rule people and assimilate and relate to them, you have to have the same culture. You have to know their culture, their language. You feel each other. It's not just the skin color, but people like Tunaya believe in that. Let's allow St. James and then I think Bucci Bear Tema.
Are you going to allow people that views to
Right,
talk?
Tunaja, Afadamus. Can you hear
yes,
me?
yes, I can hear you now.
I'm not
Tunaya,
gonna stay.
let him talk. Go ahead.
I'm not gonna stay here for too long. I believe this is a good day for Pan-Africanism to show up. So I'm gonna do them a favor. I'm not gonna be too long. I'm gonna leave. So, but I did. You need to give round two for Brandon because he was shouting and no one could hear him. So give him a round two so he can come better explain exactly his position about Garvey. I would love to hear it if you can. And I just want to talk to my sister from the from Liberia. So I went through Garvey's book. No, not Garvey's book. I went through your history, right? The Liberia. But there is one thing I still don't understand. I was the power struggle when the people from the United States came to Liberia. I was the discussions. How did they get along? How did they find themselves in power? That's the part I'm trying to understand. Can you explain that to us?
So, from my understanding, from what my family told us, um, is actually is how. What am I trying to say? So there's a saying that the Bassa, right? So there's a saying that the Bassa people sold the land, right?
They were the
To
majority.
the
They were the majority.
No, the
Okay.
Bassas are not the majority, but where their land is, where their part of the land is located, is more so closer to the coast. So there's always been this little joke that, oh, okay, Bassa people like white men, Bassa sold the land. So at a early on, I started doing my own research to try to understand what really happened. And then I learned that, okay, it didn't really happen the way, people were saying it, because there's this little joke amongst all Liberians when you see a Bassa person that, lighten their skin or prefers to, date a lighter person. There's always this joke is because they had the first contact with the mulattoes that settled and the white people that took over their land. So that's pretty much been the story. But when I did my own research, I learned that, you know, they didn't just hand over their portion of the land to the colonizers or settlers.
No, they
They were
fought.
actually attacked.
Yeah, they were attacked.
Yeah,
Because
they were
why I
actually
asked this
attacked,
question,
and then
right?
they fought back.
Okay, why I ask this question is this, right? I know in Africa back in the days, right? You don't come in contact with someone who don't state the position, right?
Mhm.
So if you go to a different land and you already have a group of people that live in there, it's gonna be a fight. If you're coming to visit or you passing by, that's a different story. If you are settling, someone has to help you, right? That's why I was asking about the Liberia situation. If there was a tribe that already knew that people were coming from overseas, and all the tribe were in where
Yeah, so
you know.
yeah, so it's the Bassa people. It's the Bassa. Yeah.
So
Amongst
what was the ruling tribe in Liberia back then?
so everyone have their own little history about different parts of Liberia. So from my understanding, the Dons or the Guills are one of the toughest tribe, and that's my tribe.
Okay, let me
We
explain something. Explain something. I'm from Burkina Faso,
Mhm.
right?
Okay.
I'm from the Mosi tribe, and you
Okay.
got other tribe under us. They're not under us, but we kind of level everybody to our level. But
Uh-huh.
we are the ruling tribes in Burkina. So when you talk about the Bassa, right? So for my situation, I'm looking at it like anybody that come in my kingdom, the Mosi kingdom, right? So you can't
Mm-hmm.
go, you have to talk to the Moses. You can't go to the Gurunsi tribe. You can't do that in order to settle in the kingdom. So in your situation, it happened that way. That's why I'm trying to understand how did that work? Like why the Bassa were able to help these people settle if the other tribe did not give their approval.
But they didn't help them settle. They were attacked
So
because
they
they
lost.
came
So they
initially
attacked the
the first
Bassa and the
time.
Bassa lost. That's what happened.
Yeah, yeah, the first time they came, I think from my understanding, the first time they came, they said no. And then they came back with different weapons and so forth, and the bosses were that particular
The
landmass
U.S.
were
Navy
or the
came.
group
The
there
U.S.
were
They came with
attacked.
the U.S. Navy
Yeah,
came.
So they were
yeah, and
backed.
then
They were
they
backed.
attacked them.
Yes.
Yeah, so it's not
Okay.
something where they said yes, oh, you guys can come, you guys can settle. No, it wasn't that easy.
So so technically, you guys were colonized. Based on the information that you are providing me, I can say
Oh yeah,
factually, you guys were
we
colonized.
all know, everybody knows, all Liberian knows we were colonized.
So
Yes.
what's up
It's
with
just I think some people
Great Africa, who's denying it? He came on Afadamas show and he said uh, Liberia was not colonized.
no, we were colonized. It's just that based on the way the government is structured and those that are in rulership, they do a great job of trying to suppress the truth. Let's say, for instance, if you are a native child, let's say if you're educated, they do whatever it takes to get you to become a part of their groups or secret society. That's the best way I can put it. And they do a good job of trying to suppress you from actually speaking the truth. But when you put all the native kids together, even when we are with other non-native groups, we always say, yeah, we colonized, yeah, you're a tactor, yeah, you're an agent, man, my man, that thing, you're an agent, please, I beg you, lead that one there. And then it'll say lead that one
Okay.
there. Man, I want that at history, lead that one there. That's how it goes. But it's not that we don't know that we were colonized. So that's with particular landmass. The first landmass that the settlers came on, they pretty much, when they asked the Bosses people, Bosses said no, and then they came back. They attacked them. So when it comes to certain things, there's only certain groups that the America, like there's certain groups that agrees to like intermix or do certain business with the America. But when it comes to other groups, like the guilds or dons are known to be, tough. We also have one of the we come from one of the largest county and one of the largest tribes as well. So that's how that works. But to be honest, everybody knows that we were colonized, even amongst Liberians.
Well,
The
it
only
is.
thing
If you
is
use the
when you
word settlers anywhere, The settlers.
The
That's
reason
that's
the
a
reason why
other word for colonizers is settlers.
the reason why I use that term over American Liberians or Congo people, I don't like calling them Congo because they literally can't do anything without us. Even cooking basic things, they still don't understand it to this day. Okay? So when it comes, like, our history is very deep. People don't really understand our history. People don't even know the depth of our history, even when it comes to cooking, right? Some some of the American descendants still have natives that cooks for them because they still don't understand those basic things. Okay, a lot of things we are the ones that still do those things for them, and then they take credit for it, and then they make it seem like, oh, we're so primitive. So that's my problem with this whole narrative that everyone's carrying around, making it seem like the natives are primitive. But yeah, we were colonized. Everybody knows this. All the Liberian children, the native, you put us together. As soon we start talking, everything comes out. And then you start learning more things about the agents and how the system is structured. Or man, be careful, don't say that one there because you know that man over there, you know who you're working for. That's how we talk amongst each other, you know?
Very interesting. You're right. St. James, I have a quick question for you. 30 seconds here. St. James, are you there? St. James, are you there?
I think
Can I
that,
ask you
can
a
I say
question? Let me ask
something
you a
since
question.
Hold on.
okay.
Is St. James there? Okay. You're glitchy. Can you hear me? I have a question for you, St. James. Can you hear me? Oh, man. St. James, maybe come back in. Go ahead to Niger.
See,
But I was before to Niger. I was before to Niger.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm
So
sorry. I was actually before to Niger.
no, he wants to. So
But
when he wants
it
to
actually kind of involves to Niger anyway, so it's perfect. Kid Ola made a statement that black
that
people
guy
are
is.
emotionally attached to Africa. That is 100% the truth. Most Black Americans didn't grow up thinking about Africa at all. Most Pan Africans who have an emotional connection to Africa also have one to America. And the American connection is stronger, which is why they don't leave. If some world power, Russia, decided to bomb West Africa or the South in America, where most Black Americans come from, where do you think would hit harder for Black Americans? That West Africa was getting bombed, or that where their direct ancestors in Black America were getting bombed? Black Americans wouldn't give two shits about West Africa being bombed. Trust me.
Oh,
But
I know
we'd be
this. I live
here.
here.
We put up arms to fight. Yeah.
Like music. Here's the thing. I'm glad you said this because most of the people
I
who
wanted to
thought
talk
this,
now. You both
you
start feeding
have
off each
a
other.
chance. Wait,
Nice.
like
Bananas.
I'm glad you said this because like when I say these things, people who've never stepped foot in America, they think I'm making this up, but these are facts. This is just the reality of life. That's just the truth. To Niger, go ahead.
Yeah, you guys are really just a bunch of hush. I just tosh nonsense. I can't believe the kind of stuff I've seen today. See, whatever you say, however you try to twist whatever you want to say, the salvation of our people will come from the people you like to badmouth. And that is a shame on all of you. You should just take that one in because doing here is a charade. How can you be attacking the only ideology, the only process that wants to heal the society, the group of people that are without any defense right now, that are without any protection? Everybody treats us like trash everywhere we go. And you raise your God help us. You raise your mouth, you raise your channel to attack them. No matter what they do. What have you done to heal your people other than cause divisions?
Let him keep talking. So
See, let me
Tunaja,
tell you something. Let me tell you something. When people
Marcus
are trying
Garvey is
to
my
say
people.
Stalin, let me tell you something. When Stalin did what he did, a lot of people
Let
died
me tell you
when he did what he
something.
did.
The people
We
you're
are not. Let me
defending.
finish, British. Let me finish, Beatrice.
Hold on.
Let me
So
finish, Beatrice.
Tunaja,
When
please just
why do
stick
I
with
keep
the
getting
topic.
interrupted? Jesus Christ!
You're
Stalin did what he did.
you're shouting on your own. No one is
Okay,
stopping you.
yeah.
Keep your voice down. You're
Me,
trying
all right.
to invoke pretending to be mad. Nobody's mad. Just keep talking.
Yeah,
We're
I'm pretending to be
listening.
mad. All right.
Yeah.
Good. When Stalin did what he did, a lot of people paid a heavy price for it. What he did. But by the time he finished what he was doing, Russia was one of the most powerful countries in the world.
Is he a Russian?
When Stalin did what he
Is
did,
Stalin a Russian?
was not. What
Huh?
does it matter?
What
does it matter?
Was he a Russian?
What does it matter? Russia is one of the most powerful countries in the world today. What did I just say when I came in? I said the great.
Was Stalin?
Let me finish my point.
Look, was Stalin a Russian?
Oh my God, these guys.
Was he a Russian?
I'm not going to answer questions that are completely irrelevant to my point.
No. Was he?
You might as well ask me what is his left toe like. Go ahead and ask me that.
Was Stalin?
It's irrelevant to me. I don't know.
No, was he a Russian?
Let me finish my point. Stop distracting
this is
me.
You can answer this. Was Stalin a Russian?
Ask me what his left toe is like.
Was Stalin a Russian? Was he a Russian?
Dark? Come on, stop it. I'm not answering questions.
Tunaja, was he a Russian?
What is the point of that? Oh, so the person has to be a Liberian. Is that what you're saying? Black.
No, just answer my question. Was Stalin a Russian?
From what I know so far, he should be a Russian. So what is the point?
Okay, so he's a Russian.
He has to be.
Hold on. Let me finish. He's a Russian who is from there. He's ethnically from there. That's their country. Okay, that's between them. He did not leave Russia and go to another country, just because they are of the same hue, and do that to them and say that belonged to them. That's not what he did. So what you're saying here, this doesn't make any sense.
Black African that doesn't know, because of what we did, that doesn't know exactly where he comes from. He's going back to a country where there are African Americans there already. So let's not stop. Let's stop playing.
I don't know if I was hearing you. Who's bashing who? Who's bashing who?
Yeah. Answer the question.
You don't understand. He kept stopping me.
No, Tunaja, who's bashing who?
And I can't even talk.
Man, you talking you all over the place. Who's bashing
because
who?
he won't let me talk. He won't let me.
Well, I'm asking you. I'm over here. I'm over here.
Stop crying.
Focus on me. Who's bashing who?
It's ridiculous.
Who's bashing who?
Talk, and you say
go ahead.
You want somebody to talk. See, the point I was making was that the what Stalin did, in the end, the greater good was accomplished. The greater good is for what Garvey was looking to do. He's trying to do something for the greater good.
Is he from Africa like Stalin was from the USSR?
Oh my goodness gracious.
So Tunaja, this is a great question. You see why we can unite? Because you duck.
No,
you got
I answered the question already.
Face the question like a man. Face the question and give an answer.
Let me face this question. Nobody will kill you. How can somebody answer the question and you just said they didn't answer?
Okay, Tunaja, let me ask you this. Hold on, Tunaja, let me ask you this. So are you telling me in Africa, right? Hold on, let me ask you. So in Africa, okay, you say black person, fine. These people were, Garvey's people, they left, they are slaves many, many years ago, but people still remained in Africa. So are you telling me the people in Africa are so incapable and zombie-like? Now they're going to bring a Negropean, a black person. It's a white person with black face to come and rule Africans. Are you saying that, if that should have worked? Like Garvey's ideology should have, like that would have been good for Africans if it
You
worked.
know what I look at. You know what I look
No,
out for.
just answer my question. There's a lot of people here that want to
You
talk.
ask me a question, I have to use my own mouth. You can't tell me.
No, but because I don't want you to go around and around. People are waiting.
Constantly. If Nak is talking, you shut up your mouth. If anybody else is talking that you like, you shut up your mouth.
Just calm down.
No, I make my point quickly and I stay on topic.
Please stop shouting.
You won't even let me answer.
Okay, answer the question.
I'm trying to ask you a question.
Coming and talking crap. See,
answer the question.
Last me was about what again? Because I've even forgotten now. Because
so the question is, okay, so Garvey, his ambition, he wanted to come and create his nation and be the leader of Africa, make the rules, civilize the tribes. Okay, so my question to you is, because you said nothing wrong with that. So were there people are you saying there weren't people? There's no one in Africa, the people that are already in charge of their own people, they are not capable. They need someone like a Garvey, a foreign black person, to come and be in charge of them. Are you saying that is a good thing?
What they need is it can come from anywhere. It doesn't necessarily matter. What they truly need was a people that were able to be able to defend themselves from being colonized, from being controlled. That is what they needed. If that would have,
that's what who needed.
Yes,
who needed?
Africans needed that.
We were able to.
You think we needed to be colonized?
Are you saying that? What I'm saying?
Are you saying we weren't able to defend ourselves?
That would have been colonized better, wouldn't it?
So it would have been better if Garvey colonized the Liberians instead.
If he would have stopped us from being colonized, let me put this question to you.
Africa was already colonized in 1880. I don't want.
What if you would have stopped the colonization? No, you like to ask tough questions.
I don't want to be colonized.
Tunaja. Hide under the table. Hide under the bed. If that would have ended colonialism within 2-3 years by Garvey getting there, would you support it?
Hold on. How would Garvey? What force did he have to be even able to? The man can even protect himself from being deported from the States
because he's more aware.
Because you're not making sense.
Afadamus. This is what I was telling the Pan-Africanists, right?
Would you have supported Garvey if he was going to end colonialism within 3 years?
No, he cannot end colonialism. It's not.
Afadamus. Tunaja, no, he couldn't do it. So Tunaja, no, he couldn't do it, right? But years later, he can come up. You know, he couldn't do it. He did not have the manpower, bro. Tunaja, when they got deported from the United States, right? He could have gone to Africa. He could have. He chose to go back to England.
It's like getting deported from Miami, then you
going back to the Western country.
Just like the usual thing today.
And that's the question we're asking you. Why did he skip Africa?
Oh, they would, he needed the 12 million people because he wants to be the president.
Because he didn't have that.
St. James, Tunaja is saying he's coming up with this hypothetical thing because you see Tunaja's idea, right? I want you guys to understand what is happening here.
The table right now.
So Tunaja, let me finish. Tunaja, don't interrupt the host. St. James, I don't know if you're picking it up.
You're hiding.
I think Tunaja is talking like, one of those like village people like in Africa, right?
Yeah.
Like hold on, some of those village people who somehow they really truly believe like, just if you have proximity to the blacks that have proximity to whites, they have power and secrets of the whites. He really believed that Marcus Garvey could have came and stopped the white people. The man can even.
Oh my God! You are not answering the question.
This is what Tunaja. I'll put you backstage. You keep interrupting the host. He truly, that's what he's expressing. I don't know if you guys are picking up on that vibe. You know, the sentiment is what he's pushing is the people in Africa, we are less than, just like Garvey thought of it. So he already accepted and assumed that role. So he is saying, okay, just because Europeans colonized Africans, so therefore now the Africans shouldn't wise up and not allow anybody to colonize them. But still we're just sitting ducks. Maybe a black group should be able, who have proximity to Europeans, ideology like the same Europeans, but as long as their skin look like Africans, even if this is not in the interest of the Africans. So the African is just a animal that is waiting to be domesticated. So I don't like, either the guy cannot, I don't think he knows what he's talking about, because I'm getting the vibe he's just going with emotions. He knows nothing about Garvey. I'm getting that vibe. So if you notice, when I allow him to talk and everyone is quiet, he raises his voice and make it seem like somebody's trying to stop him, because he wanted to be chaotic. When he first came, he started with the shaming tactics, you people this and this. But we're talking logic here, sense. We are past this stage where Africans are coming online. This fake pan-African is exuding ignorance. Africans, we need to wake up and really, really not portray this type of image. These people need to understand this. Talking about we this, we that. That's not, like, what do you mean we? Speak for yourself. We'll bring Two Niger in, but before we do that, we'll allow K Polymath, to go. Go ahead, K Polymath.
Yeah. I mean, look, tonight, this conversation, I don't even know what your point is. You're not answering the question. And the reality is, this guy could not even run a successful company in America, right? He couldn't pay taxes properly. He bought defunct ships. How is he going to run a country and then also free that country? The guy was not qualified to be this sort of person that you guys are looking towards. And I think with the whole pan-Africanism, right?
That is not my point. What are you talking about?
Tanaja, shut up, okay? Yeah.
He's
so,
backstage.
anyways, so right. No, tonight you need to learn behaviors. You badly behaved on people's platforms. Anyways, so question I have for the Pan-Africans, right? Are you going to try to create a system like the Pan-Europeans? The Pan-Europeans in the beginning had the League of Nations. It didn't work out that well. Why? Because they didn't have the glue to hold them together. What is the glue that they have right now in the so-called European Union is that they have NATO that's backing them, right? There's been no continental war in Europe. I'm talking about countries within the European Union, right? The war with Russia is a separate thing. Russia is not part of European Union. So the point here is they've actually succeeded. They have they have an understanding that they're all sort of white, but they don't have to love or like each other or even speak the same language. They don't have these crazy, weird conversations about kumbaya. They're talking about economics, trade, empowerment, and military fight and support. If that's all Pan-Africanism is, right? You just actually focus on creating trade and making it better, fine. But this whole idea of hating white people, you don't need to hate white people, right? Look, focus on yourself, get yourself money, and make your content powerful. And so all I hear from these people is, the white man this, or no one is doing anything. You are dusty in your own region, and if you can't succeed with all the freedom that you have, trust me, there's no moving forward.
It's wild. It's wild. So we have Kifaru.
Bring
Kifaru
Judith back,
also.
man. Bring Judith back, man.
Jude, I don't know where he is. We have Kifaru here. He's been here for a minute. Kifaru, you're Pan-Africanist. Go ahead. I don't know if you're Garvey type Pan-Africanist, but what do you think about the topic? Go ahead. Kifaru, are you there? Unmute yourself.
He's chewing on a pygmy right now.
Kifaru, are you there? We can hear Kifaru. Go ahead, Nakmizi.
No, I said Kifaru was probably chasing some pygmy to eat him, because that's what they do in Cameroon.
Oh, jeez.
He was throwing shots at me in the chat. He doesn't. I'm
Tunajia
joking.
is looking for black
Hold on. Is
Americans.
that Kidola?
Yeah.
Go ahead,
Afrodamus.
Kidola. Yeah.
Yeah. You see, sometimes Nedab Tunaja is looking for black American wife. Tunaja does not live in America. I don't understand how Tunaja, out of the blue, becomes so in love with these Pan-African American blacks. Tunaja, me, that is even
Yeah, they will shut me up again. Go on.
If I go to Tunaja village and ask Tunaja to send me a land, Tunaja will not even send me a land. Because you say, oh boy, I don't know why you come here for a land to buy my village. Go to your place. You understand me?
That's what he will say.
I don't understand somebody that will not send me
I agree here. What is the point of the conversation?
Somebody that will not send me a land somebody that will not send me a land in his village out of the blue is not the one telling people to come and want Garvey to come and rule his village. You understand me? Tunaja, what power do you even have in your own village? What is your position of village? Do your king own all the land in the village? No. Your king only owns the palace where he's staying there. The other land belongs to the people that owns the village, which is the citizen of that village. You see, sometimes this fake dream that somebody else, Pan-Africa did free Nigeria for independence. It was Nigeria people who free themselves. They come together and force the colonials to leave. Even when the British was in Nigeria, they have limits in terms of the business. The Nigerians and some other tribes, they allowed the British to trade to come and dominate the Cane business, which is the oil at that time. We call it Cane.
Yeah.
At that time, they have limit. When the British try, the women and the men, they all came out and fought the British. Heavy war, women war, heavy war. You understand? So I don't understand. You tell another group, you know, first of all, they don't have your mentality. They don't have the way you think. They don't eat the same food with you. Just because you say, okay, they are dark skin color or they are black, then you just bring them in. These people will rule you like the ones that you try to, the one you want them to leave. These people have the same mind. They be brutalized. They will brutalize because they have no feelings to you. They have no emotional feelings to you. You don't see the way they are in the YouTube and call Africans monkeys and all kind of names. Don't see, Liberia is a perfect example. What really happened? You know, even we that live in Nigeria, we didn't even understand that even the native Liberians were even suffering under this American Liberians who always come to Nigeria to preach Bible. Because how we thought they were, we never even know the differences really in Nigeria. That there's what called American Liberia and what's called the native. We thought they were just native there. But the ones that have this accent that we're hearing, they always come to Nigeria to preach. We were already in elementary school and secondary school. They come to tell us about the Bible. But we didn't know that even the native...
To civilize the natives.
Yeah, we didn't even know that the native in Liberia was heavily being oppressed. You understand? It was during the Civil War we understand the differences really. What is really going on? You understand me? And you could see how brutal Chancellor was at that time. It was very brutal. You understand me? You have no heart. This is the way these black American blacks will come and brutalize you without no emotions. I personally, if I see a Gambia guy or even a Mali person, even a Ghana, Togo be brutalized, I will have emotion towards that person because one, we understand each other. We have the same type of feeling. You know, I would say no, just the way all Africans came together and tried to free the blacks, what the blacks South Africa were passing at that time. It was not like pan-Africanism. It was just collectively that this is not right. This is not right. That's why when the UN
interruption there.
The way this is a world workout. So stop having this.
Nothing to say, Afrodimus.
Can you stop, Tunaja? Go ahead, Tunaja. Go ahead.
Stop having these dreams that will never work as pan-Africanism. You are in London. Come. I'm married to a foreigner. Yeah. The woman marry me because I'm an African. I will never change my identity. And I also don't change her identity. I will take my wife to my village. I will be brushing my teeth with a tree stick on my balcony with wrapper on my waist without no shirt. You understand me? I'm an African. I will also not change our color from European to be, or I'll be saying, oh, you are.
But Kidola, you know what Tunaja is saying? Tunaja said, you know, as long, you know, like pretty much as long as because the white people have colonized Africans. So Africans should just, go for it and just let other, as long as they are black, they can colonize the Africans. Kidola, why does two Niger think so less of Africans?
Two Niger should visit America, right? And go and visit the people that you are asking to come back. You go and visit them. I call them Africans because you sitting in London there, the Jamaicans self didn't even accept yourself as they are part of them.
Can I ask you a simple question,
America, you are
Kidola?
paying to, and all this.
Can I ask you a simple question?
You are going to go there and say hello, my brother, fellow Africans. How they will receive people that live in America.
Can I ask you a simple question? Is he even hearing me?
Hold on.
You can't answer a simple question.
You'll ask him in a second. Hold on.
Some just live in America. They are telling you not what you think, and they are the one there on the ground. You live in London with your sausage and toast and beans and a cup of tea and a biscuit. Then you challenging them. I live in Nigeria. I have my stick. Every morning I bring out my stick. I brush my teeth with my stick. My wife is looking at me. You understand me? Then on weekend we talk. But do I ever tell you that I want to be a European? Hell no. I will still eat my eba. I will still eat my goosey soup. I will still what I have. So don't challenge people that with these fake Pan-Africans that if I ever come to your village, even send me a land.
This guy goes on.
Bring black Americans to come and move to your village.
Answer a simple question.
Ask your question.
And it's true because
to black America. Say it. Give me your question.
So the question is, the leaders that you have in Nigeria now, do you love them?
What do you mean by
do you love your leaders that you have that are all Nigerians, 100% Nigerians?
Where are you? What we are dealing with them our own way.
He doesn't. You know that what he doesn't.
I have the same question for Tunaja.
These people hate everybody.
No, Tunaja. When Kidola respond to your question, I have the same question for you.
Tunaja,
go ahead.
Tunaja,
now, do you love the black leaders in the West?
I don't, for particular reasons. But he doesn't.
So that's why we won't be colonized by anybody that will come from the West.
But the point I'm making, even
no,
in Nigeria,
did you hear me though? Did you hear me though?
Yeah.
Okay.
If we should be colonized, I'm just saying that wherever the source of our emancipation comes from, we shouldn't reject it because of it's a Jamaican that did it, or it's an African American, or it's a Nigerian, or it's a South African. The point is that the greater good. I think somebody just mentioned that Stalin was actually from Georgia, not even from Russia. So it doesn't matter.
What is the greater good, Tunaja? What is the greater good? So don't take us on a ride.
The greater good is our freedom. If you are in jail, hold on. If you are in jail and somebody you are free.
Marcus Garvey was in jail. He was in jail himself.
Oh my God! I'm asking a hypothetical question.
I don't know. I would always back someone who is fighting for the freedom, because back then when Marcus Garvey was talking about freedom, there were people in Africa that were literally fighting for their freedom, physically for their freedom's. So I don't know. So I would not. No, I would not believe someone who is in the West talking about fighting for freedom and is not coming to the continent and just to take a look for himself. And someone in the chat was talking about Marcus Garvey was people in Africa were told not to welcome Marcus Garvey. That's a lie. That's another lie, because the guy failed to come to Africa, so he has to create some sort of excuse not to come on the continent. That's a lie. Well, even Malcolm X came on the continent later on. But Malcolm X was hated in America, but he came to Africa, right? No problem there.
I don't know.
Even when the CIA or whatever, the FBI followed him, he did come. He did come on the continent.
See, all right, guys, let's do our closing statements here.
Okay, let me go. The final one.
Go ahead.
Tunaja, why you having this fake man that you are not free? You bought your ticket. You left Nigeria to London. You have a job there. You always think the white man give you a job there. They give you accommodation there, and you still say you are not free. What kind of freedom are you looking for? In Nigeria, we are free. We run things here.
Oh, God, you see what I'm
what kind of
talking
freedom
about?
are you looking for? This kind of fake freedom. What does it mean that to be free? Free for who? Why you are not Black American? You all are free. Nigeria have independence since 1960. We'll always be free, even before that independence time. So I'm free. I have my own freedom here. I control things here. I control my house here. I control the way I drive. I control my money in my pocket. Don't come with this fake. Don't come, you leave London. Leave London. Come to Africa. You say you're not free, but you're in London. Leave London. Come to Africa. And come and see what's called freedom. If the white man give you a job, I give you a house, you say you're not free. Why don't you, okay, if you're not free in London, then buy your ticket, it's for free. Buy your ticket, take the British Airways, come to Africa, and come and experience freedom. You live in London, you have everything you want there, and you still complain you're not, what kind of free, will you ever be slaved? No, you have your village.
Oh my God,
your grave is there.
Yeah, Tunaja, go lead your people, man. Go lead your people. They need your leadership, man.
I think he's misunderstanding when they say
Tunaja, Tunaja, why don't you tell the people? Why don't you tell the people that your father is a chief? Why don't you tell the people that your father is a chief?
You say freedom. You're very fake. You paid it towards the Black Americans. You're never a slave. You never experienced any slavery in your family.
God.
You come and say you want to be free. Free for what? You already be free. You have your own father, your great-grandfather have land there, farmland. What do you mean by freedom? These are the fake Africans. This fake Africa that you paid out to this American brother that started insulting us. You wicked.
Tunaja, if you want them to stop, just tell them you go come home and lead your people. That's what I would do.
This guy hasn't even.
No, you tell him if you want him to stop. You tell him you coming home to lead your people. That's all.
Has he been? How does he not know? How does he know that I'm not engaged in Nigeria every day?
Leave London. Come to Nigeria. Leave London.
How
come
does
to
he know?
You stay in London for more than 30 years or whatever you there for. You say I'm not free.
But you are not in America, so how do you know much about Americans?
You are just a liar. You are just a liar. You understand me? You live
I'm not even
in London. You say you're not free. Are you a slave? Wherever experience a slave, your family experience a slave.
What are you talking about?
You bought your ticket and came to
this
London.
guy just rambles on.
To fakeness because you want
not listening. You're just talking.
Shut
you
up
just
your
want
mouth.
to talk.
Shut up your mouth. You are a poor man.
You
live in
see,
London.
you say, okay, I'm a poor man, but your leaders, you hate them, and you hate Garvey. You hate everybody that is trying to do the right thing for the greater good because you don't even understand the concept. You think when I refer to freedom that I'm talking about my own personal freedom, but you don't understand that because you just like to ramble on.
Tunaja, a leader doesn't lead from behind. You know, that's why you have to be next to your people. You can't fight from afar, pretending to be helping your people. That's what I learned from my people. If you want to liberate your people, you have to live next to your people and fight by your people.
Are you making me a leader?
You talk. Listen. That's why I never. That's why I never. You know, I'm gonna tell you something. I respect the guy. I respect the guy that you respect, right? I respect him for taking the time to think about Africa. But now he's not my leader because he was trying to lead from afar. He can't be a leader. If you're a leader, you stay by your people. You eat the same food. You clothe like your people. You know, you suffer like your people and you fight like your people. That's a true leader. If you can't do that, no, you're a papa. No, I'm telling you. That was a good try. That was a good try from a man from the West. You know, that was a well taught. He put it very well. You know, that's nice to read from him. You know, that's nice to think about him. You know, when he thinks about Africa, that's good. From the back for the black man, when you feel like you're down, you can take that book and read and feel happy for yourself about yourself. But now, he's not a leader for the Africans. Like myself, I can't consider this guy as my leader. He can't be my leader. He can't.
You're absolutely correct. Now let's have Beatrice. Beatrice, go ahead. Closing statement. Go ahead, Beatrice.
Oh, all I was going to say is, so from a personal experience, especially I've been in Africa. I returned almost 2 years ago. Right now I'm in Ghana.
Oh, okay.
But from a personal experience, a lot of these pan-Africanists don't have the best interest for Africans. You know, I've experienced that personally. A lot of times when I go around people, if I don't disclose that I'm a native Liberian, you know, the conversation is very different. You hear things that they say about Africans, how, how dumb the African is, how or incompetent that the African is, and how dirty the African is, and so forth. And sometimes I'll be looking at them like, you're crazy. Like you're literally from the hood. But because you came to Africa with a currency that has a little bit more value, it kind of gave you this power, to put the African down. But that's what I've been noticing. So that's all I really wanted to say to you, to Najad, is unless you've been on the ground, you've interacted with different groups of people. I've interacted with Americans, Jamaicans, Africans that were born in I'm sorry, second generation Africans and so forth that are returning. Unless you've interacted with them and actually get to see how their perspective of the African, you can't really say half of the things you're saying. Okay. A lot of times, once people find out that I'm native Liberian, they just cut me off. Like whatever plans they have, whatever, I don't know, whatever it is, they just cut me off. But I know, I know it's going to happen. But 9 times out of 10, I just want to see their
The
perspective.
people you refer to, were they
All right.
Pan-Africanists or just Americans?
No, Pan-Africanists,
Pan-Africanism.
Americans, the ones that
I've
walk
never heard
around
anybody
talking about
accusing
the
Pan-Africanists of doing that.
Okay. Tuna, you have your moment. Thank you.
I have
Thank
a
you,
last question
Beatrice.
to be.
Thank you.
I have a
Oh,
last
right.
question to the Liberian lady before I leave.
Okay.
Should
Go
I
ahead.
speak? Okay. Okay, just 1 second. My sister, I had noticed something, but you can help me. All of us in West Africa, right? We all acknowledge that we are colonized, right? And we have the facts to prove it. But when it comes to Liberia, I kind of noticed that there is 2 groups. Sometimes some of your guys, I don't know about the ladies, but the guys, when they come online, sometimes I feel like they want to be Black Americans, and tomorrow they want to be Africans. So I know that a lot. Have you noticed that yourself?
I've seen some other platforms. I noticed that, but I also know how the system is structured and why they're like that, because those same people that turn them the way they are try to do the same things with me. A lot of those brothers or sisters that you see on the platform that, that 1 minute they want to be Liberian or 1 minute they want to be American, is because they are a part of a system, a specific set of groups that do whatever it takes to get Native kids, especially the educated ones, to join their system. Like I'm not trying to be specific. I know specific names because I've been invited so many times. I've had certain groups around me that try to shift my belief system or try to shift my mindset from the truth, but I've always refused. So that's why they're like that. It's not that they don't know the truth. They're part of a system that would not allow them to say the truth, because they've shaken hands, they made agreements and so forth. So that's why. It's not that they don't know the truth. If certain groups are not around and you put all of us, you put the different tribes, you put the Pede, you put Mano, you put Gil, you put Basa, it doesn't matter. If you put all of us together, we say the same thing. We know our history. But some groups have made certain deals where they can't say certain things, or they're afraid to say certain things, or divert from the narrative that they're supposed to carry or promote, rather. That's why.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Beatrice. Okay, let's have Hillary. Hillary, go ahead, Hillary. Where you calling from, Hillary?
Can I talk?
I'm calling from. Sorry.
Bro Talib, you will be next. Hillary, where you calling from?
I'm calling from the United Kingdom.
United Kingdom. Okay, Hillary.
Yeah.
What do you want to add onto this about the
I won't take up,
Garvey's ideology. Go ahead.
Sure. I won't take up too much of your time. Me personally, I am not a Pan-Africanist. I understand the reservations that a lot of Africans have for the idea of Black American Pan-Africanists coming over, building their own colony. I'm not going to argue against that. If people are against it or they have fears about it, that's fine. I don't see anything wrong with that. The thing that I've always found bizarre, though, is that even though we might have fears about the idea of Black Americans coming over, doing a colony, we have all these other groups in our continent who don't give a damn about us, who have land and who have communities. In South Africa, you have an all-white town called Orania.
Yeah, but I think, Hillary, did you hear the beginning of the show into what we're talking about?
Yep, you were talking about Pan-Africanism and what's his name, Marcus Garvey.
Yes, his ideology, if he had succeeded, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so he wants to build a nation and then be the president of Africa, according to himself. He was going to civilize the tribes and Christianize them, so more like a white colonialist. So it's funny that people make this comparison. I'm not talking about right. I'm talking about the ideology. So the people that believe in his ideology, because he himself never stepped foot in Africa. So I'm speaking from an African point of view. Like, why would we as Africans, why would we want foreigners, strangers of any color? I don't care what your color is. Why would we want to have foreigner right there, rules for us? Like, even my next door neighbor, that's like literally saying, okay, I have my house, my home, my children, but I'm not competent enough. Joe Blow is gonna come and make rules for me in my home, so I should accept it because Joe Blow is the same skin color. Like, make that make sense.
I'm not disagreeing with that, and in fact, I said I can understand why you would be against that. But then what I was saying, it's just a shame that we've allowed other people to do that. So,
but who is doing that today?
So I'll give you, like I gave you an example. You have the all-white town in South Africa,
but we're not speaking of South Africa.
I know, but I'm going all over the continent.
We're speaking of where. Wait, sorry, because we're gonna be. I want to. Africa, right? Yeah, we're talking about where Marcus Garvey wanted to go, because I know we like to generalize Africa, but the honest truth is, throughout the movement is to West Africa. That's where Black
and I was going to give you an example for there as well.
No, that's where the slavery, have direct connection to West Africa. So,
and I'm saying,
Marcus Garvey was not saying he's going to South Africa. So that's why, because of
I know,
time.
But I was going to give you an example, which is in West Africa as well. We have lots of Zimbabwean white farmers who've come to parts of Nigeria where they have land and they have their communities. So I agree with you. We should be skeptical of the Black Americans doing their Pan-Africanism.
No, I'm not. Okay. I think you're using words that, I think you're confusing the topic. We're not talking about, I'm talking about the ideology, which is Marcus Garvey's ideology. If that had succeeded, like what he wanted to do, like if they had deported those 12 million Black Americans, they would have come to Liberia with him, and his numbers, he would have the people that came with him would have outnumbered the people who were there already. So by default, that would make him the leader. This is the thought process. It's just an idea. Because Marcus Garvey, let's just be real. At this point, it's just what ifs, many people, because he's never really implemented it. He's never stepped foot in Africa. So people are speaking of this as if it actually happened. And I also gave examples of other people. Like, for example, we've had leaders, right, who have the same ambition like Marcus Garvey in other countries, like Haiti. I gave Papa Doc Duvalier. Are you familiar with Papa Doc Duvalier?
Yes, I think it'd be unfair to compare Marcus Garvey to
same ideology.
Yes,
the reason. Hold on.
Marcus Garvey never achieved what you're talking about. So you.
All right. Okay. That's what I'm saying. You know why Papa Doc, right?
Yes.
Spoke very well. He uplifted the people, just the same thing. So at this point, the reason why Marcus Garvey is able to, these people glorifying him, he's never achieved the dream, he's never controlled the territory, never came through. So because of just the sweet words, that's why I gave, if Duvalier never ruled, the things he said, the things he promoted, if you read it and listen to it, you would support Duvalier. The ideas are great, it's uplifting. But when, because when you're writing and talking, you try, the things you say, when you try to implement it, that's where, reality and talking are two different things.
So
The
if,
fact
as
is,
you told me,
Marcus Garvey was just dreaming,
okay,
because
if he was dreaming, as you've told me, so he
Mhm.
never achieved what he wanted. There's
Right.
history which says he couldn't come to Africa because the colonialists were preventing him from coming.
No, it wasn't the
Okay, fine,
colonialists.
fine. You don't accept that. Fine, I don't care. I'm not here to fly the flag for Marcus Garvey. But the point of the
Liberia
matter
did.
is,
Liberia didn't want him to
yeah,
come there.
the point of the matter is, he never came there. He never
Right.
achieved what he said he was achieving. So for people to start speculating on whether it would be evil or it would be bad, where is your
Correct.
evidence? He's
Correct.
never achieved it, so we're all just guessing in that sense. Because you
Just like
Correct.
what I'm saying. Again, I'm glad you said that, right? Okay, you're right. Now, okay, why are people then ignoring, the man, what his ideas are, what he wrote, right? So now Pan-Africanists are trying to twist it to fit and say this would have worked. So it's the same thing at this point. That's what I'm saying. His
I don't
ideas,
disagree with you there.
it's to be, again, it's to be debated. And when I read it from an African point of view, I see that, this man, his idea, if it worked, this is a terrible idea. Like, because, this nation is talking about the land. Who is he going to get this land from? These lands are already occupied. So the example you're giving, saying other people like Chinese, Lebanese, I don't know what country you're talking about, but
I could
yes,
give you those examples.
hold on. These people, they are there doing business just like here. They are not colonizing anybody. They didn't build their own country. They're not making rules for these countries. They're not making the laws.
They're
These guys are
getting in there.
just this again. That's just your fantasy. I'm speaking. If you compare, like Marcus Garvey wanted to lead, there's a difference. That's what I want you guys to focus on.
That's fine. So I'm focusing on what you're saying. As I
Yeah,
said
because
earlier,
either way, right? Because you're saying at this point is speculation. Just as the people who wanted to fit their fantasy is the same speculation.
Afterdamus,
I can agree. I can agree with that point.
I believe you
can
let
say
something
to both
slide,
of
right?
you,
Afterdamus, you let
I can
something
say that
slide, and I
both
want to
sides
bring it back.
are speculation. I can say both sides are speculation. So those who are in support of him, they're speculating because we don't know. Maybe.
So what's your point? I want to hear your point.
I agree with him.
So maybe so the thing I'm saying is he might have changed his politics if he came to Africa and he realized what was going on. He might have. We don't know. We all speculating.
Okay.
So I can say I don't. I can say I don't like
speculation,
him.
right?
I don't like his politics, but I don't know what would have happened if he came to that part. Maybe he would have been a superpower. Maybe it would have been a dump. I don't know.
Okay. Let me ask you this. If you want to rule a place where there are people already, they have this land, they have sense of who they are, their culture. Do you think they would let you do that peacefully?
No, that's why I said he probably would have had to change his politics because
but how would he? Again, what I'm saying is, are you familiar with his ideology? Have you read, what?
Yeah,
which is why have you read it?
Yes, I've read the book.
Okay, what is the position of the so in his economic advancement, is Native Africans part of that?
They would have been part of that if
no. I'm not saying would I. I'm saying what he wrote, because it's ideas.
Yeah.
It starts with ideas, right? Yes. What role? Like what was he going to do for the natives?
Well, he believed that with his ideology, he was going to liberate them and empower them economically and
Liberate no, he was going to Liberia. Liberate them from who?
Well, what he believed was that the people, they were being oppressed, and he believed.
Oh, so the black Americans were oppressing the Liberians.
He believed. Well, he wasn't talking so much about the black Americans. He was talking about.
But that's where he went now. But that's where he wanted to go.
Yeah, he wanted to go there, but there were other people who were also politically influential, Europeans who were politically influential. You can't ignore those people completely and just say we're just
Europeans. Hold on, Europeans. Hold on. He wanted to go to Liberia.
Yes,
has nothing to do with Europeans. Europeans were not the ones that set up Liberia with the blacks there. So this has nothing. Hold on. This had absolutely nothing to do with Europeans. I'm just going, again, like you said, speculation. Okay, we're going strictly by the ideology, what he wrote. Okay, let's just stick with that because he's never been to Africa. I'll give you that. So let's just go by what was written. If that was implemented, right? Because the position is the Africans, he was going to civilize them and Christianize them, the African tribes. That's the exact, those
Never
are the
heard.
well, go read, go do research, go read. This is like in your face. Let me read this super chat here. Africa is not safe from any ism. Many are still mourning the death of colonialism. Exactly my point. No isms. Anyways, Hillary,
So
thank you.
Afadamas.
And let's have Bro Talib go real quick so we can.
Thank you much. Yeah, I appreciate you letting me talk. I'm not a Pan-Africanist, by choice or anything like that. I'm African American. I don't choose to say Black American because I'm not a color. I'm not crayon colors and markers and stuff. So I'm an African American by DNA finding of my ancestry from Benin and from Nigeria, and that's the most percentage of my family background. So, but anyway, the basic, that's so you know who I am as far as that is concerned. And I don't deal with labels of anything, any kind. I mean, I don't try to get involved into that because of these things that come about, and people try to, I guess, put a standard and make those people feel that, okay, well, you say you're this, so you got to live up to this standard, like Garvey, and we're talking about Garvey. So, and I respect where everybody's coming from the different points, but just like the guy said that just was speaking, everybody's speculating. So, we guessing and so forth. And you agreed to that, Aphrodama. So, okay, alhamdulillah. But the thing is that, we got to give the credit due, and also be constructive in criticizing. So that's what we're trying to do here. Then, okay, but at the same time, we need to deal with what's the solution to the problems. Then, if we feel that as people of Africa, Native Africans that are born, feel that Marcus Garvey or any of these groups have not been any success. They haven't gained any success in changing the situation or the issues that Africa has as a continent, what I'm saying, let alone the West Africa, slavery and all that transpired there. But like the guy was saying, he's trying to talk about Africa as a continent because everything that is affecting us in West Africa or the people in West Africa, there was another type of oppressive effect by foreigners. So now what he's trying to say, and I agree with him in that, why is it the other foreigners are not pinpointed or that are not focused on, but people there you go.
People who are of the same color.
Hold on. What foreigners do you know that you're saying that are running any country? Like they are the leaders making laws for them. They are doing business. They are running roughshod. They are the shot callers. Name the country for me.
Well, I could say one. I know people in Gambia.
I'm from Gambia. I'm from Gambia.
I know you are. And
okay. I'm listening. Tell me. So are you
Burkina Faso? Benin.
Are you telling me? Are you saying?
Sierra Leone. Now let's deal with one. Let's be specific. I'm gonna be specific. Let me speak.
Wait.
Okay.
You said so. Gambia, the laws are made by who? Who's
The law
running?
by the
Who's
government,
running?
by the
Okay.
Gambia.
Okay. So
Gambian leadership.
name the foreign group, because you name Lebanese and Chinese, and
Let me
tell
yeah,
me how those people, are running the country. I'm listening.
now let's be specific. It's not a running the country at this time, but the brother who was speaking before made a good point. It's influences. Now, influences on a low level scale can lead to eventual easy, just come on in and you can have this. Like I've seen the tribe on a tribal basis. It was a Chinese. I can't remember what country it was, and people were doing.
We're speaking of Gambia, right?
Wait, let me finish.
I want you to clear the Gambia part.
Chinese lady
That's what I know of. I'm listening.
That was given honorary a tribal position in the tribe. I think it was either a woman or a man.
You're talking about Ghana, man. You're talking about Ghana.
Okay. Let me ask you this, bro, Talib. Let me ask you.
That's just one point.
Okay, so
there's many other situations.
Wait. So, are you familiar with Dynas, the YouTuber, right?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
He's doesn't he go around saying they gave him a prince title?
Yeah, but he has.
No, wait. Okay, wait a minute.
He's African descendant.
Okay, let me finish.
He has a right to that.
Look, let me finish. I'm from Africa. They didn't give me that title. I'm literally like, there's no dilution. I'm straight from there. Long lines, right?
That's due to tribalism. That's due to tribalism.
Hold on.
You're not from near tribe.
Let me finish.
Go ahead.
So your example doesn't stand at all, because those are just gestures. It's not real. He cannot hold any office. He cannot hold any position. That Chinese is just like a honorary thing. They do these things like ceremony. He cannot make any laws. He can't give any decision on what goes there. Those are just honorary, just like when you give somebody honorary PhD. So like, you think that Chinese, because you saw that picture now, all of a sudden he would be able to cut, like now that's real. He's gonna make laws. It's nothing like just a ceremonial thing. They just do that. That's not real.
Okay,
it's just like Dynasty's prince title. It's not real. It's just a ceremonial thing. Like here in America, how people call each other kings and queens. It's not real. It's just calling yourself something.
Okay.
So it's not real.
What about the infrastructure? What about the infrastructure part when it comes to like commerce and business? Because businessmen in America, they are lobbyists. You know what that is, right?
Yeah.
And,
so
through lobbying, they get major influence to have things done that is going to be in their benefit, and to actually have some sort of sense of control. And the Chinese have been doing that. You don't think so?
So again, you're all over the place, right? You said, you gave example of Gambia.
Mm-hmm.
I said, that's where I'm from. I actually happen to know this, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, and you spoke of Sierra Leone. I happen to know that too, right?
Mm-hmm.
There's Lebanese there. I understand the interactions. So you would agree, like I would know a lot more, from the way people think, because I'm from there. I'm one of the people. I speak the language. I know the ins and out.
Yeah.
You might see things, it's just optics, but you interpret it in a wrong way. Just like you interpret in the Chinese picture you see, you are believing that this guy actually is like now gonna take over the Africans. They do this. This is nothing new.
No, I didn't say that.
The Chinese, like Dynasty's
incident. I'm talking about the gradual maneuvers
to get
But
themselves
but you haven't
into
explained
this
that.
position.
Do you know?
Because nothing happens overnight. And
But
just
do you
like
know how
Marvin-
long?
Go
Do you
ahead.
know how long? Do you know how long?
How long what?
The Chinese, right?
Mm-hmm.
Do you know how long the Chinese have had business relationship, farming relation with Gambia and other African countries there? Do you know how long they've been coming there?
I'm not saying all of them are nefarious or trying to
I'm helping you
pull-
forever.
No, hold on. Go ahead, bro. How long do you think they've been coming there?
At least a decade. I could say that.
How about try since late 60s, 70s up till now?
Okay.
How about that?
Okay.
So you did not take my answer, right?
So
You
now-
did not take my answer. You thought I was lying to you, right?
Yeah, the Lebanese.
Let the other
Lebanese have been in those regions doing business,
right?
Before, I'm talking during colonization. I'm talking like even in the 30s, the 1930s, 40s. Okay, so you cannot just look at things from the lens of color. That's not how it works in Africa. This color thing works just here. The lens that you see those people through, we don't see them that way. We don't see them as dominating us. We just see another person doing business, like the Lebanese businessman who is doing his thing. It's no different than us
Well,
as immigrants.
the Lebanese is not they're not as aggressive as the Chinese have been, and manufacturing, companies that they have established there, like making paper and toilet tissue, paper goods, several companies, and people have been following in the news. This has been on African news stations as well as.
I have a question. Why are these people following the news about Chinese?
Yeah.
What they're doing in Africa? Why are they following it?
Why? Which people?
No,
Be more specific.
anybody. You talking about it? You say
Be
people
more
are following
specific.
it. So,
Like, give me an example.
no, you the one who said. I'm paraphrasing you. You the one who said people have been checking what the Chinese are doing. So you tell me, are you checking for Chinese in Africa yourself? Are you checking for Chinese?
No, when I become aware.
How do you know? How do you know every move?
Can I answer the question?
It's a bunch of questions that I have.
No, just give me one question, because I'm human.
Okay, let me
I'm not a robot, so let me think.
Okay, I got you. Chill. No problem.
I'm humble enough to say that.
Let me rephrase it. I got you.
One mic.
I got you.
Basically,
my question to you is, where do you read your information about the Chinese in Africa?
My information that I read about is from articles that pop up into my email, and then also YouTube content creators that will bring some evidence. And then you have channels like the news channels that have their own YouTube station, their own YouTube channel. You understand? And they're African based. They're not like American. So basically what they're trying to do is bring awareness. That's the point that I can answer that question right there. Awareness so that people know what's going on, that nobody's colonializing us or our
whatever you read from the news, right?
The land of the ancestors.
Whatever you read from the news, right? Even if it's come from Africans themselves. So you believe in that 100%?
Say again, I'm sorry, I didn't get that catch.
Whatever that you read on the news, whatever that you see on YouTube, do you believe in that 100%, or do you challenge yourself to understand why people are doing this?
No, I do my own due diligence, and I do back up. I go behind them because that's just how I'm taught.
Okay.
Yeah.
So do you believe Chinese are dominant in Africa?
I believe that you have a portion of them that just going out of their country because they've struggling. It's a highly populated place in their country, so they're trying to get a better living. And then you have those who have ulterior motives.
Okay, so they're immigrant, right? Some of them are immigrant, right?
Yeah, some of them are immigrant.
So some of them are not even doing better than the natives over there, right?
Right. I agree with them. Yeah.
Okay. So I just wanted to make sure that you cover all the facts, because some people come here and they talk about Chinese like they're dominating Africans on the continent and they own the businesses and the Africans are working for them.
Yeah, but not all African countries are that gullible, you know.
Okay, so you know there are some countries in
I
Africa
always
where
give credit to our brother, our native brothers and sisters in Africa, that not everybody is allowing, you know, this stuff to go on. You know what I mean? And that's why they do the awareness in the news and the articles and stuff, because they want people to know, no, you ain't letting nobody come here and do it again. You understand? And that's all I'm saying.
So do you have a problem about the Chinese, right, that decide to relocate in Africa and say, you know, I'm going to put all my money here to help build the country, and this is my second country, like what the immigrants are doing here in America? Do you believe that could be a possibility for these Chinese to do that in Africa without taking advantage of the natives?
Yeah, there's some that do that, but just like you were saying, who are the people who are searching to find that out? But who are the people that are searching about what African Americans, or y'all say black? Some people I've noticed been saying black Americans are trying, like Marcus Garvey. He was a Caribbean.
He is a Caribbean. We made that clear here.
No, I know. I'm saying that to clarify. He was a Caribbean person from the Americas,
Jamaica.
But you know, the lands of North America and so forth. But he didn't complete it, and we know we didn't complete his task. But I never heard, this is something new that you saying, Afrodamus, of him going, and I just got to do my back research, of him wanting to actually put in his ideology that he wrote from his own, you know, his part, because everybody put and contribute. You had different times, periods that certain African pan-Africanist leaders did their, like you was talking about Duval, and then you had W.E. Du Bois was a pan-African pioneer. You know what I'm saying? So they all had their own input. Marcus Garvey was like almost at the last of the many, and you know, he did what he was able to do, but he couldn't complete it. So it is what it is. But I never heard that he was initiated or had in his plans to go to West African country and actually colonialize it.
Well, he didn't say colonize, but common sense would tell you how you're gonna get the land to create this nation that people already live there. You would have to fight them and take it. Common sense tells you.
If you remember, I know you were going, you were doing a back and forth with Brandon. You know, Brandon said he was about to buy, and I put on the chat, right, who was selling then. So
yeah, that's a good question.
Right, that's what I was asking. If you said he wasn't trying to do the things that we said he was trying to do, and he said no, he was trying to buy. I said, who was selling? Who was the buyer? There was no buyer. Nobody was trying to sell that piece of land then. Let's be honest. So who was he buying from?
Well, you know, what I've gathered is a lot of emotional arguments, because I noticed some of the things I said. Even Brandon, he came here, he started saying, "Oh, it's just an accusation, you know. You guys have a plan. What would that plan be? We are having a conversation, but you guys should look at the Greater Liberia Act. The Greater Liberia Act, you know, that, you know, Senator Theodore Bilbo, who was a known racist, the KKK, you know, because you've heard that Garvey met with him. Go and read about that bill, what that was.
Yeah, I would like to read about that.
Yeah, read about that. That was, if that had gone through, that would have, you know, enabled for 12 million African Americans, blacks, to be deported to Liberia. You know, to go there with Garvey. But let me read this real quick. MS Delta, thank you for the super chat, and also Go Black, thank you for the super chat also. He said, Afridamus, I may be wrong, but to have a strong economic country needs international business and major cities with international inhabitants. I think an all 100% black Africa is not practical. What the panel think? You are absolutely correct. You know, even though I want to engage this conversation, some of the people that say, oh, look at the Chinese and other people, they are impractical. They don't know business. You know, like you cannot develop a place just with one single idea. You have to bring in diverse, you know, people, diverse form of thinking. You know, it's not anytime a non-black person comes in contact with a black African person, is colonization. That's like looking down on Africans like, okay, you don't know, you don't have common sense. So just because the person is not African or black, they're gonna dominate you. But that's not true. And MS Delta, thank you again for another super chat. It's a question for the panel. If Africans can go to other countries for opportunities, then why can't Chinese, Lebanese, FBA, etc. go to Africa? Africans can't have it both ways. No, they can go there as long as, like Garvey's idea here, to take over. Now that's a whole different ballgame. But no, I'm open to people coming to, you know, Africa. But my thing is this fake idea to try to make it seem,
can I answer that question after
hold on, to give themselves this upper hand. 1 minute, people try to tell you slave stories, so you know, to get your land. Literally, there are people walking around Africa looking to get free land. We've seen these videos. So that's the BS I'm calling out. When people point out Chinese, the Chinese are coming with money to invest. You know, you think African countries that the Chinese go to, if they're not coming with money, they would let them in? Are you kidding me? That tells me you don't know about Africa. You don't know the mindset. Go read some of the laws. These people are about business. You know, it's about business. If you don't bring money, you're not coming in.
Do you know that some of these Chinese, they live in villages?
I've seen some videos.
They live in villages.
They can't afford it. Yeah.
For a black man in the West, man, trust me, there are certain things that the Chinese are doing on the continent that you won't do.
Yeah, but some of them live in villages where there's a possibility that, and some of them are mining there.
Well, not all the time.
They have to have permits. It's not always. See, here's if you read around, right? If you read, you will see in some of these places where Chinese are getting arrested. I think this idea that people are bringing from the West, thinking, you know, oh, the Africans are not running the show. You're fooling yourself. You don't want these people's laws, you know, to be laid on you. You don't want some of these countries, you don't want to test it. I'm telling you, you know, you see in Chinese, other people, that race thing to think just because they're not, you know, as long as anybody who's lighter, you know, is not African, they're dominating Africans. Those days are gone. You know, maybe they would dominate there. Well, these are private people. They're not dominating anyone. That's why when you say Gambia, listen, if you say, you know, the people, you know, they should take advantage and learn from these businesses and do, you know, and there are many other people. The majority of the business people in the country are the natives themselves. So this idea that it's other foreigners that dominate, that's a total lie. That's not true.
So
in Gambia, hold on. In Gambia, the biggest business is owned and created by Gambians. Okay. You go look at, you see Jar Oil, the franchise is all over the place. They are in oil, cement. They supply the Gambians with the goods. So I don't get why people, you know, that's why I like St. James's question. He said, how come with all that is happening, you know, the gas stations are owned by Gambian, they're the ones running it, you know, they own it outright. The man owns these things. So this idea that it is other people that, you know, just because you see it, in the midst of sea of all those black people, how do you even have the time to focus on Chinese?
Can I ask a question and we'll get off the Chinese and just go?
Well, you brought them up because that's why.
No.
Let me read this super chat real quick. MS Delta, thank you again for the super chat. He said, as a proud FBA, I say if you want land in Africa, then buy it. Nothing is free. I totally agree with you.
I agree with that too. But let me ask you a question now, for Dominus, since you're from Gambia, and I know a little bit about you being from there because in one of your other videos you mentioned. But up to dating the news that I've followed in dealing with the fisheries and the you know, over there in the coast and the fishermen industry, and they're going out to try to fish, And then you see, of course, because the Asians that have gone there, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, that have been able to partake into the fishing industry there as well, has excelled past the regular fishermen that are from the native Gambians, because of their equipment, the level of the equipment, the monies that they were able to invest into their company or whatever business they started to be a fishing company and so forth. Have they? I mean, and this could be speculation or whatever, but from what I was following, I've heard that the government had given them contracts with ease, and you correct me if I'm wrong if you know of this, but as far as the regular natives, they were not able to get these contracts. Was it because of them not having the proper fishing boats, or what? Just give me some information.
No, they if they are Gambians, they have the boat. They can go fishing.
Right.
They're not gonna stop them.
Right.
But I get what you're saying. I totally agree. Like the government, rather than give the contract to other people, they can just buy fishing trawlers and employ the Gambian people to do the fishing, because there are people that are into this. But
Right.
you see, you're talking about the Chinese, the Gambian, they have the Senegalese. This is what the Senegalese, who don't even, according to the Gambians, they don't have the contract. They are crossing over to steal Gambian fish. What these people are doing.
The
You see what I'm
Senegalese
saying?
doing that to the Gambians.
Yes, this is what is ongoing. The Chinese, as far as like I went around that beach side to see, the internet makes things,
Very
exaggerate
fast,
things.
expensive.
But some of the areas, because they have different areas. The Chinese, one thing, especially with the seafood thing, it's not only in Africa, even here. For whatever their business is never clean. They don't do clean stuff. They would mess up your environment. This is a fact.
UK has a problem with that too. Yeah.
Yes. So that's a whole different topic. I would agree with you if that's what the topic is. That yes, this that's not domination, because they're not coming to take over. They just want to take as much as they want, but they're not gonna they don't do good business. Then even here in the States, look at it, even the health department, they are always busting their places. This is how they roll. So I would agree with you that the government there should watch them, closely.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, closely.
Now, real quick, to answer that question that person did in the super chat, is just what you just said. That is where my position is that we scan, or not scan, screen, and have a screening process, and have a process where you're making sure that no immigrants or any foreigners are coming into the countries and trying to do any nefarious acts of taking over, or colonialization, especially anymore, like you said. And this is the point, just being aware and putting it out in the news. I think this is where a lot of these people, they're putting out in the news. So a person, a Chinese or Russian or Lebanese or Arabs or whoever, and African Americans and you British, whoever's going to come to the land of the continent of Africa, they need to be correct. And that's the point. And you know what I mean? And so they are able to come, just like we can go to America, or you can go from Africa to go to America, go to UK and make a better living. Now we went to Ukraine, and even though the war started and a lot of Africans were stuck there and couldn't do too much as far as moving around, they had to have their countries get them out of there. But just looking out for the people first. The people first.
No. As far as that goes, the government owes that. That's supposed to be their job, protect the environment and all. That's a whole different ballgame. But my dispute is this idea to say just because you saw a non-African, they are there to colonize. The Chinese don't have interest in colonizing people. Chinese want to make money. They want to do business, and bounce. And it's just human nature. People are gonna go where the money is. But one crazy thing about the Pan-African thing that I'm saying, if you want to do the business, just do business. Don't pretend and saying, oh, you're talking like a colonizer, saying
No,
you're there to help
Alfredamus,
the natives.
the business aspect of that is the one that's being showcased. If they stick to that, of course, Africa is
Yeah,
open for
it's
business.
for business.
Everybody understand that. You want to own a land and operate a small business, whatever the situation may be. This is cool,
Mhm.
But when that's like I said, that's the business aspect of it that's been showcased on YouTube. Anything else, you see all these Pan-Africans, they run to the chat and they're clicked off. Why am I here?
See,
Well,
I agree with where you're coming
You
from,
know,
and Afrodamus actually on the actual topic is that unfortunately you got different factions of Pan Africanists anyway. You got the extreme ones, you got those who just they follow the doctrines or the ideologies to the book and so forth, and some of them they just want to be in the trending part of it. They trendy trendsetters type of people.
yeah,
So, but
because they
do
think
you agree now that Africans now and they're trying to write their own history, right? So everything that people are talking about is not going to be acknowledged anymore because the Africans have a voice now. They can speak for themselves.
yeah,
Everybody has to understand that if you are an African, you have to understand we need to have. I'm not talking about a code that we need to abide by, but when we talk about Africa, if you are not knowledgeable, the first thing you need to do is to learn from the continent. You
right,
can't hit on a link and just try to say anything you want to say out of your mouth so you can be,
correct. Agree
the
with that.
kumbaya. It doesn't work. So
Yep.
it does do a disservice to Africans themselves because we don't have a voice.
Mm.
Yep. Let me
So
read this
Already we
right
don't have
quick,
a voice.
guys. Hold on, guys. Guys, let me read
Yeah.
this and we do our quick closing here, man. If not, we'll go forever. MS Delta, thank you for the $50 super chat again. He's a great supporter of this show. I appreciate all your effort. You and Go Black Black. It's hard for me to pronounce it. And all the people that contributed to the super chat and the cash app. So MS Delta said, Afridamus, people don't know how business and international business works. I agree. Some Africans and blacks have inferiority complex and think any non-African will dominate Africans. Totally agree. As long as the government and African people are aware, uh, they are aware that they can benefit, if they can benefit, for sure. That's what business is about. That's why when I hear people even mention, oh, what about the Chinese? I'm like, okay, what about them? You know, I mean, like, I'm over here in America, like, just like the Chinese are over there. Like, what difference, does it make? That would make me a hypocrite if I say, oh, no, people shouldn't travel. Like, no, that's not what I'm saying. You know, it's one thing for me to travel here, right? Immigrate, cool. But it's another thing if my ambition is to dominate, rule over the people. That's my mentality. I want to dominate because I think I'm superior. People, they'll be like, man, you better, get out of here. You will be kicked out. But for some reason, people think, just like MS Delta said, the inferiority complex, or the people already, when they come in contact with non-Africans or non-blacks, they just think they are being taken advantage of, and I think that comes from inferiority complex and low self-esteem. But guys, let's start closing in. We got two more speakers, but I'll give each and every one of you 30 seconds to close out so we can wrap it up. Go ahead, bro Talib, you got 30 seconds.
Okay, real quick, we just got to keep on, checking out what's going on, be aware, and do our own due diligence to go behind anyone coming into the land of the continent of Africa, and trying to perform anything and making sure that they're straight and is transparent of what they're doing from the government and so forth, so that there isn't no discrepancies like what we're discussing, even whether it's Pan-Africanist or any other labeled group of an ideology coming in and trying to, do this. So that's it.
Thank you very much. Thank you. All right. We have crocodile skin also, but let's have Two Niger. Two Niger, go ahead. Two Niger, your closing statement. Are you there, Two Niger? Two Niger, are you there? Okay, it looks like Two Niger is had his tea.
Kidola put Two Niger to sleep, man.
Yeah, Kidola looks like he put Two Niger to sleep. Let's have Kunta Kinte. Kunta Kinte. You came in late, but you got 40 seconds. Go ahead.
Yeah, greetings everyone. It's an interesting show to hear some of the information about Marcus Garvey. The other side of his information, I would say, because I born and raised in the Gambia, living here, never moved out of this country, and integrated a lot via tourism and meeting people, especially people from all over the places. I've met Garveyites as well over here, and most of whom were inspired by the teachings of Marcus Garvey, which led them to come to the continent. And, upon arriving into the continent, they had to buy their land straight. And we all know how the buying of land, was an issue, how it goes. Right. If Garvey's teaching have inspired people to come to buy land rightfully, and if they are here to integrate, to humble themselves up, to learn from us, and for we to also learn from them, then it's fair. But if their coming is to make us hate everybody generally based on their ideology, I think that needs to be looked into as well. But it is also giving me a chance to go back and do more research about what Afridamos is saying about Garvey. And well, I for one, I never totally agreed with everything that I read, because I'm a human being with brain too. So I see what makes sense, I take it, and what doesn't make sense, I don't take it. It doesn't mean that it doesn't make sense to other places. We're talking about the Chinese. I almost, every day I crisscross my country from the western side to the northern side. There are other few projects that I always pass by, which are run by Chinese. You understand? So the Chinese literally have been into business with our government for so very long. There is a place called Jahali Pacha, Janjambure, North Bank. Afrikaners may know that area. It's a rice
since the 70s. Yeah.
Since the 70s. And that is even still, what is it called? A Chinese monumental post head there, like a marble, So that tells you the history between the Chinese and these people. So most people were saying they were coming to take the rice breed of the Gambia to take it to China. Others were saying that they were coming to train our people how to farm, which is a little bit weird. But they have been doing a lot of things. Even our stadium was built by them, in the past, I think. So apart from that, the condition of how they work with people is nasty, to be honest, at some point. But they mind their business, they follow the rules, and then get what they have to get. Win-win situation. So the problem I see here is African government winning in their business interaction with all kind of people coming or not. I would say they are not winning to a certain extent, because if they are, youth will not leave this country to emigrate or die in the sea to trying to make it to Europe or other places. I talking to you, like I've been to school with our Gambian curriculum here, studying head, neck, and shoulder of what is it called, of a spider or what is it called, or a grasshopper. And I said to myself, why wouldn't I, try to learn about the resources of my country? What are its uses? It's just now that I knew that cobalt and bauxite and other stuff can be used to build aeroplanes and mobile phones and other stuff. You know, so there has been a lot of conflict of awareness based on the fact that how we were being educated and what curriculums are we using. But thanks to the internet, the enlightenment is on. I'm still learning. You know, I'm still learning. But yeah, I'm what is it called? I'm sending love and blessing to everyone. I mean, all contributions are okay. You know, we're here to disagree to agree and to agree to disagree. And then we all go home to sleep with our pillows with some piece of information to go to research. That's that's what it is. Make out of it, All right. Greetings.
Thank you very much, Kunta Kinte, for coming in again. All right, Mad Dog. What do you have to say, Mad Dog?
Look, perfect. How's it going? Shout out to the panel. Shout out to the chat. Now, I won't tell you that I've listened to every beat of the show. I've listened in here and there, but I've gotten a few. The reason I called in the show, you said just because like the war about the Chinese and Africa argument, just because you see a group of people heading over to the continent, a group of non-Black and Africans heading over to the continent for business reasons, doesn't necessarily mean that they're heading over for a purpose of a takeover. Now, that might be their original initiation, but it doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to take over. Now, I understand that people have been informed by historic events that when a group of non-Africans get together with Africans from a business perspective, they tend to exploit African people. But you have to understand that is changing. And that was the actual reason I called in, like that when Africans made that statement of say, just because you have an inferiority complex and you feel like the African is the ground of that inferiority complex, or let's say they're at the bottom of the totem pole, just because you feel and you think that doesn't necessarily mean that's the truth. You understand? So you might be able to refer to damn near 1 million historic events of the Africans being exploited on their own continent. Doesn't necessarily mean that's going to be the case this time around. Like literally, if you have that level of inferiority complex, do not fucking project that on the African on the continent or the African from the continent. You know what I mean? With that said,
thank you, Crocodile Skin, for coming in.
Time, things do change. With time, things change, and the attitude of people and the behavior towards other group of people do change. Now, going to the Marcus Garvey argument, I do believe that Marcus Garvey. Let's make it clear, the records is there, like in documentation, like it's been documented. Marcus Garvey believes that he will bring a number of diasporans over to the continent to take over a certain amount of land and a certain amount of resources. Whether he was going to do it radically or diplomatic stroke progressively.
But whose land is he going to take diplomatically?
No, but that's the easiest way for him would have been diplomatically taking someone's land. If let's say you take a certain amount of millions of people from the diaspora to the continent,
12 million people to Liberia.
Yeah, but if they go over there, and diplomatically would be that you find you like try your best to integrate yourself into their culture. You identify as them, and they see you as part of them.
No, he was going to civilize them and Christianize them.
No, that's what I'm saying. That would be radically then. That would be radically. Let's make it clear. That used to be the case when nations from the West would go invade the continent. Now, whether it be from then up until now I would understand that is how we saw things over there. But this time around, things have changed. You understand what I'm saying? Like you Garveyists or Garveyites, whatever they call you lot, when you approaching Africans these days, especially for Pan-African reasons, you best understand that you're going to have, I don't know why this is still an argument. You're going to someone's land, you're going to try your best to integrate yourself into their culture, integrate yourself into their group behavior and part of their greater society. This is not a conversation for argument at all. Like, I think I heard Brandon and the Happy Companion said earlier on that no one really cares what Garvey does. I didn't necessarily listen to the whole argument and all that, but they said they didn't care about Garvey's talking points and all that. But I just hope that be the case, because if Brandon and THC are saying that, these are two brothers who we know that they go back and forth to the continent, more especially the Happy Companion. I just hope that people will get their talking points and understand that, look, this now, as from now on, don't even think of other civilization of the African people talking point. Like, forget about it. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it just doesn't make sense anymore. For you Pan-Africans, if you're gonna go to the continent, go over there. You're not gonna get any land, that's for sure. If you're running around the continent or running in diaspora, I think you're gonna get land. You might as well fucking hang yourself. Because
thank you, Crocodile Skin. Thank you very much.
It's just not gonna happen. This is common sense. This is real life. The world does not exist around your ideology, your mentality.
All right, thank you. To Niger, go ahead.
Yeah, apologies for my disappearance.
All right, you got 40 seconds. Your closing statement.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So the point is that there is always the importance of keeping an eye on the greater good, because it doesn't matter who this thing gets us to get to. It's just that we get to that destination. The Indians have the Indians, the Asians have the Chinese, Europeans have America and Europe and NATO to defend them. And anybody that is going to get us there, why do we have to quibble? It doesn't matter who does. It could be Ethiopia tomorrow. It could be Nigeria that is the salvation of that triggers the. It could be the diaspora. It doesn't matter. And that's what I think people should keep an eye on. The greater good to the entire group. Thank you.
Thank you too, Niger. Thank you. Jude, go for it.
Hey, Afridemos.
Yeah,
What's up? Yeah, thanks for letting me.
Closing statement. Go ahead.
Yeah, man. Thanks for letting me in, man. I'm beginning to think that, man, the Pan-Africanism stuff is a scam as well, man. You know, I feel like people are making a lot of money out of this stuff, and it wasn't supposed to be like that, right? I mean,
do that?
Right? I might just, but this is the thing, right? I believe like there should be black unity, but I'm beginning to see that, man, these people are taking people for a ride. I got kicked out from one of the show because I told this guy the realities, and he didn't want to take.
We need music, Afridemos.
So I got kicked out from one of these shows that was going on. So I'm beginning to suspect that this Pan-Africanism, they're just using Africa for a ride and go make their
Jude,
money.
you don't need the music to go along with what you're saying?
Oh, man,
that would be nice.
Look, Afridemos, when are you going to talk on Ambazonia, man? I'm looking out for Ambazonian independence. When are you going to talk on that?
I'll do a topic on it. Now that you requested, I will.
I'm very divisive now, so I want to protect. I don't care if Africa unite or not. I want my people to be free. Ambazonian people, the English speaking of Cameroon. So that's it, man.
All right, thank you, Judah. Thank you for your
problem.
St. James, you got the floor. St. James, are you shocked by Judah?
I am very shocked, bro. What? Come on, you have a song for this, man?
Yeah.
You didn't prepare a song for Judah or something, man? Come on, man.
I'll find him, something good here.
All right. I came to I didn't even want to hit the link, bro.
Yeah.
We had Brandon stay for 10 minutes. If he left, Kifara was here, Judah was here. Judah was the MVP, bro. So we have to give it to Judah, bro. We have to give it to Judah. What?
Well,
I thought he was like.
We'll see what Judah says tomorrow. But
wow, and that was a great topic, bro. That was a great topic because I was very interested about the power we had the Liberian lady over here, because I had a few questions, but I know the show had to carry on, so I didn't try to bother. But for Tunaja, if you're still listening, Tunaja, we have the African Union, and on the West African level, we have the ECOWAS. So I believe we need to work on those two things first. Before
Tunaja thinks it's China that is protecting Asia. He doesn't know China and Japan don't see eye to eye.
They don't see eye to eye. You see the French and the German.
China wants a revenge of what happened, Manchuria. He doesn't know what's going on.
Do you think the French are happy seeing the German? Do you think that? But this is a topic for another day. But to Naja, I wanted to ask him about how this guy, what's the name of this guy? The president of Nigeria,
Buhari.
Have you ever heard him talk about ECOWAS?
Buhari?
Yeah.
Yeah,
a few times.
He speaks, like he led the negotiation back in Gambia also when they had the scuffle. Because Buhari is not really much of a talker,
Right.
But he does
not
things behind the
much
scene.
of a doer neither, right? When it comes to Africa, West Africa, ECOWAS, right?
It depends. It depends.
But when it comes to, I can say that you get to see Alassane Ouattara more than Buhari.
Oh yeah, because Ouattara is doing the French biddings.
Right. So if we don't see Buhari next to Ouattara, things are not going to move, right? We need two leaders to go at it so we can be elevated. That's what I was trying to tell to Naja. This is the part we need as African. We need to work on. So if that's not going to happen, you can look for outsider to come, even it's for the greater good. We had what it takes in Africa to make it happen. You're looking for outsiders who don't even know the land. You're trying to set them for failure. That's what you're trying to do, and they know it.
Well, it's funny because they talk China. China is worried, more busy trying to get Taiwan back and Hong Kong, and they are threatening to take those places.
Absolutely.
Like Chinese, they don't have the history to want to mingle or conquer people who don't look like them. That's what people need to know. Like Chinese cannot take over Africa. Yes, they would be there economically, but they don't have interest. They look at China, their dominations, the people they would want to physically dominate is their own kind, the people that look like them. Other places they want resources, but that's just human nature. St. James, thank you for coming again.
China want business deals, man. They made it clear to Africans, we want business deals, and whatever else that you guys want from us, you can negotiate it. They don't want anything else. But you got people from the West trying to scare Africans that we don't have to do business with China, while China's here in America. China is all over the place on the globe. So that's the part I don't get. If you want to empower Africans, you shouldn't be telling them not to do business deal with Chinese because it's not sustainable. Every other country in the world do business with Chinese. That's the fact. If you deny this fact and you try to make this a debate, we all see that it's not possible here. And for Judy, man, I really appreciate. I know you you in the chat, bro, but you listen. People want to define pan-Africanism by owning things on the continent. Do you agree with that?
That's interesting. No,
that's very
funny.
Interesting.
Well, because that's the argument. Like, you're gonna come and argue with a person who's from there. You're asking me if I own things there, or if what am I doing there? Like, dude,
that was a funny question. I know he didn't want to the question. Like that, like I said, we don't come to America and ask Black American, what have you done for your country? These are not the questions that need to be asked.
Right.
You don't do that.
Also this idea to say, okay, fine, I get it. You say this Black person is not doing anything in America. Does that mean that Black person who's born and raised here should be uprooted and moved to Africa? Hey, even if they're not doing anything there in their country, so what? You know what I'm saying? Like, they live in their country. So, but the idea to say, okay, just because this person is not doing something, that means because you have this ideology, you should just be able to uproot them and take them to Africa. And if they question you, or they say that's dumb, you start trying to shame them. What do you have? blah blah blah. Like, you're literally telling a group of people to go to a place they know nothing about, and you're saying they don't have money. Okay, what are they supposed to do when they get there? You know, what are they supposed to
A
do?
YouTube channel.
So that's why, this show is not only for, Africans, it's for everyone. Because the truth, you see, like, Pan-Africanism strikes back, say we have a agenda to fight them. No, we have shows to do here, just like they have shows to do about their fantasy. We bring, real clarity to the shows. What was said,
I
what
believe
was done,
Afadamus.
and that's
I
that.
believe the Pan-Africanism in the West, man. Some of them love Africans. They want to go to connect to the African root.
Right.
That's, I
Nothing
take it
wrong
just for
with
that.
that.
Nothing,
Yeah.
no, nothing wrong with that.
Yeah.
But when they go to page 100 and 150, it's a different story.
Right.
That's a different story. That's where they have to stop, right, and rethink of everything. Africans culturally, nobody cannot change Africa culturally. It's a done deal.
Many
It's a
have
done
tried
deal
and
culturally.
many have tried and failed. So
They fails. And
yeah.
if you live on the continent, you will become an African. So if you
Right.
want to resist to that, like, oh, I want to go to on the continent, but I still want to be called, let's say, Jamaican American or whatever. After 10 years, you will see that's not going to fly to the people. It's not
Here's
going
the
to fly.
thing. Here's the thing. Africa will always change you, especially West Africa. I'm not saying like diluted Africa like East Africa. I'm talking, West Africa. Okay?
Absolutely.
West
Absolutely.
Africa, if West Africa will change you, you cannot change the people.
But not
I know this to be
yes.
true. Like, I just know how.
You nailed it. You nailed it. You nailed it. No one will even force you. You will wake up one day, you'll be like, yeah, man, I'm over here, I'm African, bro. That's it.
Yeah, no, well, my thing is, because the argument doesn't make sense. Many, like, the Pan-Af, they always have this, like, Brandon have this conspiracy thinking, like, oh, we just conspiring against what he believe in. But at the end of the day, no, it's about, okay, you're always looking at one side of the coin. Okay, then somebody flips the coin, but on the other side of the coin, you don't like what you're seeing there. You notice everybody, like these Pan-Africans, they speak for the blacks, they speak, for the Africans also. They're not, it's like they are the representative for, like, you're like, okay, do you speak the language? No, they don't. And you look at some of these quote unquote people that came on here, like that gas them up. I don't know what that guy was saying. The guy wanted to talk about, from some tribe. Like, I mean, sir, you're talking about the host. Just get to the point. But here's the thing. I don't know if these guys are playing dumb, okay? Or they are too lazy to read these things. Like, I literally thought these people were serious about their ideology. Because at one point I was like, okay, maybe, just maybe, these people are just faking it. Because I know here in America, people go behind slogans, like they change like chameleons. Fake is all over, especially on the internet. So I was like, let me give the benefit of the doubt. Like, let's talk on the real ideology here from the African point of view. Like, don't, like, you can't fool all the people all the time. You can't fool Africans anymore. Majority of us can read English. We can read different languages. The same thing you can read, we can probably read it better. You see? So I always find it fascinating when I bring things from the people they promote. I bring the exact thing and they get upset. I'm like, okay, wait a minute. If you're getting upset by this or saying it's a lie, that means you don't believe in this ideology. But then, because they've already gone too deep, they can never back out. That's what Brandon was doing. Look at it. Brandon wasn't arguing based on the topic. He wants to use shaming tactic. And, I don't know what beef is between him and Nakmizi. He wanted to settle that as well. But he's like, oh, you guys are attacking. No, we are having a conversation. So you being a Pan-African, okay, if you say we don't know, then come and explain to us. Explain to us what we didn't understand. But it sounds like we understand more than he does. But yeah, great conversation overall. I appreciate everybody coming.
I would love that you come up with another show, because I feel like I was let down by the Pan-Africanists, man. I was expecting I was expecting fire coming from them, man. It's like they all stayed quiet, man. What happened?
Because the truth versus false, when you put them side by side in front of people, they'll be able to see. Like in the chat, like that gas them up. He's saying, oh, Afridamus is a slave trader. Okay,
Absolutely. He said that?
So Afridamus, who is saying doesn't want people to be dominated by anybody, don't want to be dominated. But you say, no, maybe if the slave master is black, we can negotiate it. So you still, for them, being a slave, being dominated is on the table. So for me, that's not even on the table, like that type of talk. You see, like when Tunaja was saying it, no, honestly, like I used to think Tunaja, like he was trolling. I used to think so. But no, just like I gave the description, I don't think he's very bright when it comes to analyzing life. I don't think
Tunaja will take a group.
I don't think he's that bright.
Tunaja will take a group of Pan-Africanists to the continent, and when they land in Nigeria, it will take off. It will tell them, let's meet up in 90 days, just to see how they do. It's not going to be with them. He's going to just lead them to Nigeria, and he will away and tell them meet up in 90 days and see how you guys do. You see,
it's not going to happen. Look, all these African Pan-Africanists, look at it. They've been doing all this talking. Which one of them have you seen taking anybody with them? What black person is following them? None of them are following them there. You know why? Because they are not crazy. Look, when you come on panel, people are not that crazy. When you come and start pandering to them, you might massage their ego and they'll enjoy it and say, yeah. But when the rubber really meets the road, because deep down in the heart, people know what the truth is. So you that's pandering to them, you think they don't know? They know. Humans know this. If someone is pandering to me, I know it. But when it comes to really doing, that person gotta be in charge. You think I'm gonna trust that? Hell no. Most people, you'll be smart not to, because why is this person fluffing you? Why are they lying to you? That's the question. People
what I
get
believe?
suspicious. Why are you lying to me?
Right. You know what I believe? We are the two Pan-Africanists.
Exactly.
We are the two true Pan-Africanists. We are the true ones, because we don't lie. First, if you love your people, you don't lie to them.
Right.
If you feel like their plan is not going to work, you'll tell them ahead of time. You need to change this. You need to work on that.
That's right.
We are the true Pan-Africanists. Everybody else is trying to push an agenda. Even when you stop them, you tell them, you know what, this doesn't work. This over here need to be the thinker. No. It's like, it's gonna work. It's gonna work. Let's keep moving. So I'm like, don't you see that people are not listening? Don't you see people are not listening? A lot of people are not listening. So that's supposed to be a problem.
No, but it's weird to me, like when they say, oh no, I mean, even if they colonize, they are black. I was like, so you think to colonize somebody, like dominating someone for resources, you think that has anything to do with color? Like, are you going to enjoy being someone's slave because they are black? They do realize the people, the transatlantic slave trade, the people who were trading, they were Africans, they were black, that sold other blacks to Arabs and white people. You do realize this. If someone owns you, you are their property. They can do whatever they deem fit with you. So why would anybody want any human being at all? I mean, people barely, most of these people, even their parents that brought them in this world, they won't even listen to them. Why would they listen to a complete stranger? That just blows my mind. But yeah,
He
so
wasn't
James,
even. He wasn't even taking some sort of training, like a physical training. You see the guy. You see his weight, man. You saw his weight.
Who?
Garvey at that time.
Oh yeah,
he wasn't even fit for the continent, bro.
Well, that's a criteria, you know. I mean, look at most of the pan-Africanists, you know. I mean, I don't want to. St. James, you're starting problem here, okay? I don't know what you're trying to do here, man. Don't even.
bro.
Yeah, don't because we've seen many other pan-Africanists that are waddling.
Have you seen the chiefs at that time? Have you seen them?
It's crazy, man.
Have you seen them, bro?
Yeah, I've seen some pictures.
These were now people that were staying behind and let the people fight.
Hey,
bro,
you know
that's what it was over there, bro.
Yeah,
you had to. So that's what. Bro, we need to open a lot of eatery over there in Africa, bro. Some people just need to eat and drink. That's it.
Hey, you didn't tell one lie about that. Okay, Olu, we're about to close. Olu, go for it. Olu, where you calling from? You got 30 seconds. I'm really gonna close it now for real. Olu, go for it.
Okay, I called at the end again. I already saluted you last time.
Olu, are you there? I guess Olu got snatched. I don't know what happened to him. You know, let's see. Olu, are you there? I don't know what happened to Olu, but ladies and gentlemen, thank you, for joining me once again on this Sunday. I was gonna cut it short, but you guys know when the conversation start, I mean, it just keeps getting interesting and better. But no matter how good the show is, at some point the show has to end, you see? But either way, you guys have heard all parts. I think some people are confused by the topic, which, I totally get it. People are going to come and try to defend their ideology. It's like religion. Like I said, they're going to give the leader, whoever they deem as the leader, the ideology. They will try to create this good persona, even though they know this never happened, it's not real. You saw some of the Africans that came and said, yeah, what's wrong with being colonized? So, but this is the same people when I said, oh, the white people left too soon, some of these places, they needed to colonize them. They lost it. So it's not about maintaining the dignity of the African. I hope you guys know this. It's one of those things. Oh, I mean, either way, like, since the white people have colonized it before, that means you shouldn't have a problem with this. But again, if we are all black, you said it's about blackness. Why would you want to colonize other black people that you call brothers and sisters? Because it's not about that. The reality is, people believe that Africans are dumb. Even Marcus Garvey himself, he thought Africans were way backward. You read about it, because he's never been there, he thought Africa is like an island. Even some of the historians in their thesis, they picked up on that. They even broke that down. Because it makes sense. He's from an island. He saw black people. They came to America. So he admires, white power structure, especially the British monarch, which explains why he dresses like this. You guys get the point. So that's why he dresses that way. And somehow, most of you never, I'm not here to try to say, oh, I'm giving him my own opinion. I'm going by historical facts. Historical facts. Like Tunaya gave example of Stalin. He likes to go all over the place. Stalin, was a Georgian from Georgia, but Georgia was part of the greater USSR. That's what he served. This is their country. It's a nation. That's what he's part of. So many of you, that listen to some of these Africans, they're faking. You've seen some of them doing the fake Nigerian pidgin accent. Like I could literally tell that some of these people are faking it. 1 minute you're African American, another minute you are typical Nigerian. And some of these people do this. They change like chameleons. So you have to wake up to that. And again, I don't blame the blacks, because this show, the blacks, Marcus Garvey was speaking to them. Yes. So that's not what the show is. He spoke to the blacks. Why would you blame the blacks if, the things that somebody's saying about you, promoting you, uplifting you, you're not going to hate it. I'm not saying they should. That's what many are missing. But when he tried to get 12 million deported, go read about during those times. And the idea saying W.E.B. Du Bois was against Garvey. No, he was against what Garvey was saying about people of his kind, the mixed race, because he said they are not pure Africans, so they needed to remain in America and die off. Like, I'm not making this up, it's written. So this is why they had the beefs. That's why he saw Garvey as dangerous. They didn't see eye to eye. And you guys know, even up to today, the lighter skinned people, the mixed people, when you try to bring the black testing, they don't like that. The only way they like it is if it favors them. It's like a secret. Where there is pan-Africanism strongly, notice the lighter the person, lighter ones, they are very sensitive about the dark skin question. When some dark skinned person starts a question and say, oh, what about the half breeds? Some of the half breeds, they would get really upset. So the half breed, some would call them mulatto, have always been sensitive about this, because they're not going to have white status. If they go to the black side, if they're accepted as black, they would have higher status amongst blacks. You see this in America. A light-skinned woman in the hood, she is gold. They are, like light-skinned black in the ghetto. I mean, look at it. Even the famous people, ball players, that is the standard of being high. We all know this. So psychologically, there would be a conflict. There would be a deep conflict, because you've seen some of these people, when they say, oh, they put the Eurocentric, beauty standard on us. Some of the people who have African features confused, they get themselves in that fight. You are not European. You don't look European. Europeans have their own look. But like when they put Halle Berry up and they say black, right? Halle Berry looks more European. She has the straight nose, small facial structure, like, European. She's mixed. So you bring a dark African person, you know, and put them side by side. Those are not the same people. We all know this. In other parts of the world, we are brutal. We know that that's not the same people. That's not it. But in America, you know, now we all know it's the same. So that's what Garvey was fighting also against, because Garvey said mixed people are different from black people. This is his philosophy. He said you cannot have mixed blood and be part of the group. Well, you know, Dr. Umar, he's a staunch follower of Garvey. So some of the things he says, his ideology is rooted in that. Go listen to some of the things he says. So that's what W.E.B. Du Bois was fighting for. But it doesn't mean he did not want to go to, you know, Africa. He had the ambition, but he didn't believe in taking the group with him at the time. He didn't believe in that. And especially, think about it, Garvey was saying all that stuff. He only wants the darkest black people with him to come to Africa. And W.E.B. Du Bois also had leadership ambition. He's going to be pissed. Here's this leader, this guy talking about we only want the blackest people. Why would he go with them to take them to the black factory? He's not going to trust it. So that's why you should read some of the exchanges between them. You know, I want you to read it as an open-minded person, not emotional person. How you want the story to go. This is already happened. So just read it for what it is, you know, and also let no man teach you, let no man lead you. Until next time, ladies and gentlemen, this is Afridamus, and I'll see you guys again. Enjoy.
I go again.